let Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
They in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here. The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing can stop me now. Let's take him from the side! Now! Death to all who oppose me. No! So this is what I'm truly capable of. Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible? You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the wind.
You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Mega kill. The power of legendary. Double kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
Game over.
but the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
Game changing.
choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to Leap.
Don't pay cash. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch to
Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
am only a shepherd.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
Bathe in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang.
In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Double kill! Godlike!
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary!
Behold! My strength!
Legendary! Triple kill! Maniac!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
and gentlemen, we are back here in Mobile Legends Bang Bang Profession League Season 6. It's the first day of the regular season, and I'm very, very excited to show you guys what's going to be going on. Alongside me, of course, will be Butters. I'm Rockhart, and we are getting into the show. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsors. First, our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# now and choose Giga Games 99. Of course, our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest #DareToBeRealme campaign. Visit their official Facebook page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. Official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach-Free Razor, Vector-Free Razor, or Blue-Free. Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the Day with Gillette. Our partner in esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya. The better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31, 2020. Partner in esports, TikTok. Search MLBB in TikTok to win premium skins. And of course, our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here like a pro. All of this organized by Moonton. So Butters, you've been waiting for quite a bit.
Yeah.
How are you, man? We're back.
I actually commend you for that. That was a mouthful. Rock hard, as we all know. MPL is back. Regular season is back.
Yep.
Your weekends, or weekday, rather. Weekday and a weekend.
It
Just
is.
call it that. Is gonna be hotter and hotter. It's gonna get more intense as the week goes by. But right now, have week number 1. This is day number 1. What better way to start it with Onic PH versus Bren Esports?
That's right. I mean, these are some of the best teams in the past few seasons already of the MPL. They've already committed so much, and I really like that both of these teams' rosters haven't really changed too drastically. I mean, compared to when they started back then. I mean, obviously, Onic is a lot more different. They play a lot more different than when they came in for way back in season 4. And I think the same is also true with our our previous team, Bren Esports. Here is a look at what the group standings are gonna be like, and obviously it's a fresh start from everyone. Everything from the previous seasons are gone.
I mean, if I'm gonna analyze, this is a look at the 10 that we have for our regular season. Aura PH, Blu Fire, Blacklist International, Bren Esports, BSB, Execration, Omega P Esports, Solid, Sig, Ultra. Now, every one of these teams is gonna try to have a good start into the MPL. Now, how do you do that? You're probably wondering what are the strategies that they brought for day number 1 or week number 1. But right now, 4 teams are gonna battle it out since we only have 2 for this day.
That's right. It's gonna be a lot more chill on Fridays. Usually we'd have just around two teams fight. 2 sets of teams facing up to each other. We're just getting settled into the weekend, and I actually really like that. You know, people are tired from work. They can't really watch all 3 big series, right? Especially series like this one. The first series for this week is just really bonkers. Like, how does Onic PH look like coming from another season where they once again failed to secure the top spot over their longtime rivals, right? This looks like a team that is going to be super, super hungry going straight into the matchups.
Yeah, and if you think about it, Rockhart, historically speaking, Onic Esports was the one who took out Bren in the lower bracket finals of our playoffs, the season 5 playoffs to be exact. And I'm sure Bren Esports, they really want to get even.
Yep, absolutely. These are some of the storylines that you're going to be seeing. But before that, let's show our viewers who is going to be showing up into this matchup. Because right now, we are just waiting and waiting for the fires to really erupt between these two. Let's have a look.
Na-discover ko yung ML habang nanonood ako sa YouTube. Nung lumabas yung ads niya, so parang naganda na chinry ko.
Nung yung mga kalaro ko sa from another MOBA game, nag-transfer sa Mobile Legends, edi lumipat na rin ako kasama sila. Nung wala pa akong team, nag-grind ako ng grind kasi gusto ko mag-MPL tsaka gusto ko makuha ng pro team. Pinagsasabay ko yung ML tsaka pag-aaral ko. Goods naman kasi consistent honor student ako ng grade 8 at grade 9.
Ako, naging brand ako pagkatapos ng SEA Games kasi nag-usap namin lahat na kaya namin din mag-champion sa MPL.
Sobrang laki talaga ng Mobile Legends dito sa Pilipinas, lalo na yung prize pool tsaka fanbase nila.
And these are your Bren Esports players. They look a little bit different, but man, oh man, they are pretty much the same. Few, Rebo, Carl TZ, Lusty, Flab TZ, and EJ.
Looking, 4 of their members have it, and I'm kind of surprised that Few here has a lower TA than Rebo. I'm not really saying that Rebo had the better season, but it looks like it. You know, he has 5.57 KDA rate. He had a lot more impact for season 5. And for Few, you gotta notice how this guy adjusts. He's a really good player. But to be honest, if you think about it, maybe season 6 is the time that could, come back from this 3.05 slump that he's in.
Yep. These stat lines are obviously, there's no other place to get it from. This is from last season, right? And this is the season where they said, actually Few himself said, that they kind of relegated him into a more supportive role. But of course, we'll have to wait and see if that's going to be the case here. New player.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung unang release pala nito sa Philippines. Pero nung MPL Season 3 Grand Finals, doon ako pinaka-na-intrigue dun sa game na to.
Na-discover ko yung Mobile Legends Bang Bang nung nasa US ako kasi kinaka-addikan ko ng mga pinsan ko dito sa Pilipinas. Tapos yun na yung naging way namin para mag-bonding. Napunta ako sa Onic-PH recently lang kasi lumipat ako ng team. Ay nag-looking for players sila. So sabi ko, malaki chance na mag-champion. Talagang comfortable ako lumipat sa Onic.
Gusto ko nang sukuan yung paglalaro kasi sobrang dami ng sacrifices na binigay ko para lang ma-pursue ko yung pangarap na yun.
New beginnings, sacrifices, and dreams. That is Onic-PH. Oh My Venus, Wise, Iaknu, Tilar, Jay, and Basic.
Man, looking at Onic-PH, they had a stellar performance into the regular season. Playoffs, they made it to the grand finals once again, only to fall down at the hands of Onic-PH. Right now, this might be, that redemption season that they're looking for. And probably this is the season that they will see the championship. Who knows? But looking at it right, they actually get Basic. Now, question is, will Basic actually make a difference?
How big of a difference does Basic coming into Onic-PH is gonna be? That's a good question, Butters. And I think Basic coming from his previous team did not look as stellar as he initially debuted. If you remember last season, Basic debuted straight into one of the previous teams, right? And he was from the US, from a team in the US. So it might have been a big transition. Maybe that's the problem why Basic had a hard time adjusting here in the Philippines. But now he's had how many months now, right? Maybe half a year already that he has been going in through the ins and outs of PH Mobile Legends. Is this their time? And is he going to be an addition or a subtraction here to the performance of Onic PH? That's also one of the reasons why I'm super interested and super curious about this first match.
I mean, looking at it, past time, one of the best players the Philippines, and right now, they have the chance to prove themselves once. Basic didn't really have that stellar performance with U level way back season 5. Now, he is with a proven team. Like, this team has proven everything. They can make it grand final. The only thing that they haven't done is just win the championship. So, with Basic, can he make a difference? That is the question that's gonna, that's gonna haunt us till the end of this season. But I feel like Onic PH, they're still a good in terms of mechanics. They have very talented players, and looking at it, it's more on the idea of having a good captain is going to be Venus. Now, Venus, it really takes a lot for a captain to be respected, or in all ways rather. And I think Venus, he really got the respect of players, even though they're really talented. If Venus speak, everyone listens.
That's right. I mean, that's been their trademark, I think, since season 4. Like, we were still live on location back then, right? And you could hear Venus like literally shout. Everyone was like super duper respectful of whatever he said. And I wonder if that's gonna come true here as well for Basic, who has been known to be a little bit of a vigilante, a little bit of a renegade on his previous team, right?
Yeah.
And is it a good thing or a bad thing that we have an outside influence coming into the season 6 for Onic PH?
You know what? You know what? Since we have TikTok as one of our partners here, will he stop being a renegade in real life? Be a renegade on TikTok. That is one of the things actually to look at. Now, I'm kinda how do I say, curious on how to just get the main idea here of Onic, and how will they how do I say
And honestly,
this?
if you watch Onic PH,
try
kaya
to
sila tinawag na
get
second
the
generation
when I'm
ng,
actually hearing Wolf
laro
right now. He's trying to explain things.
That's true. Right here on the head-to-head for Bren Esports and Onic PH. Again, these are previous season standings, previous season stats. You can really see that Onic PH likes to push the boundary, especially in First Blood, a lot. Like, it's also one of their trademark. They're a super duper aggressive team, and they know how to get those buffs early on, and that really translates into that First Blood count.
And with all those stats out of the way, I mean, Rockhart, just seeing those stats, you would know that Onic PH really likes to get the early lead and just win the game from there. Bren Esports, they kind of drag the game so that Carl Z could get the upper hand and just carry the team from there on out. But for the star match, head to head here, match record, it really looks like Onic has the upper hand here. They have beaten Bren twice, while Bren, they really just have this 2-1 win over Onic.
Yeah, that's actually scary considering we got a 1-0 in the ring count. that kind of hurts if you're on the side of Onic, but at the same time, that's just stats, right? And on the player head-to-head, we were talking about how Carl TZ is going to be the main factor in the previous season. Is that going to be the case here as well? Because Wise, it's a big difference in between these two.
I mean, it 7.18, 5.38 actually says a lot about these two players. Carl Z was actually the main funnel of Bren. He was really the main carry, and they put a lot of their hopes in Carl Z. So they really just wanted Carl Z to carry them. They would support them with everything that they can. But onto the side of Wise here, 5.38 isn't bad. It's just that everyone from Onic PH just works and tries to outplay everyone.
That's true.
And the only reason why he's getting a lower KDA rate is just probably they're trying to get the best of their team in terms of team fights. And if everyone works in a good way, you won't really be getting the kills because there's a Uranus from Dilar getting the kills. You have Iyakno on the Cho. So they have a lot on their arsenal and they don't really focus on Wise as their main carry.
Yeah, the stats look like they're starting to show a bit of a different story, right? And on the head-to-head here for Oh My Venus versus Rebo, I keep looking at the championship count and I keep thinking to myself, that's almost 2 years ago, right? I wonder how big of a difference it is going to be, and considering the MVP count for Oh My Venus as a support for his team, man. I mean, the 13 unique heroes is a big difference from what Bren wants Rebo to be like for their team.
Rebo has been very flexible in terms of using the heroes. He has been using cores. He's been using the tanks. Using the supports. He's probably the most flexible player in the MPL right now for the PH. So I don't know. I actually see these two as equals. But in terms of just being the pure support, I think Oh My Venus has a bit of an advantage because just having more heroes on on his arsenal rather, he's probably just gonna get the better or the better ban exchange onto the side here of Rebo, because Rebo, if he loses these 9 heroes or he doesn't get put in the best position possible or the best hero possible for him, he's gonna have a hard time.
Historically, man, Rebo used to be the most flexible, right? Now I think Oh My Venus is starting to really take that lead. Back in season 1, he was the undoubted MVP of the whole season, right? That was a big step for esports. Obviously, from season 1 to season 6, where we are right now, it's also a statement that Rebo is the only guy on this team that has not really been removed. Right?
Yeah.
I think that statement's true. Every season, from season 1 to season 6, he has been the rock that Bren has been holding on to. And we'll have to wait and see if that translated, if his stature in Bren aged well, right? And Oh My Venus has always been as commanding for Onic PH as usual. I wonder if that command is gonna translate well into what we can say about basic again once more, right? Flap TZ, what's your take on Flap TZ? You were mentioning something about Flap TZ earlier.
You know what, Flap, I just think that the hype on Flap is really high. Even they had tournament success with Flap on their roster. They won 1 or 2 championships with Flap on their roster, and they lost Coco, obviously.
Yep.
But Coco is put in an analyst role, so Coco is more on the back end person now rather than a front end and playing for his team.
Yep.
So I like how Bren is approaching this. They're getting a lot of these talented young players and they're trying to mold them into this Bren brand that they're trying to establish or fortify. And I think Flap, he's one of the best players to do that with.
Yep.
This guy has the potential, this guy has the skills, raw mechanics. They just have to put more time and just focus on the guy so he can be at his maximum potential.
Yep, we'll have to talk about Flap a little bit later on, right? Because we are heading into the draft, ladies and gentlemen. Bren Esports versus Onic PH. Now, Flap TZ, he is his position in Bren is a bit more of the same, almost the same role, right, as Coco used to be. Again, Coco having that off lane, that super sustain, and again, beautiful graphics. I know I said this in rehearsal. Beautiful graphics here coming for the draft. I have to really admire this big change coming in for season 6.
I mean, dude, Yu Zhong looking very scary right there inside of Bren Esports. But yeah, I like the bans here coming out from Bren Esports and Onic PH. They're just respecting one another in terms of just getting these heroes. I mean, Jay has seen a lot of success with the Selena. They just ban it out. And an Atlas here is actually banned for the side of Bren Esports, which is something you would see, Jay use or Venus could use. So there's a lot of things that you can do with this, but I actually see a Kali.
Jay. Wow, okay.
It's another one.
Another one.
It's another one.
That's interesting. Well, do you think the Khalid is first pick material right now? Because I feel like pairing it with Akimi, they have left themselves pretty open for interpretation. Like this is the main event, right? This is the main damage dealers for Onic PH by a long shot. Does that open them up to counterpick?
There is a possibility that they'll do that, but the thing with Khalid is you just have to get the burst damage. You should not let the team fight extend. Otherwise, Khalid will punish you 100%.
Yep.
Now, they have the show, and they know that they need that, especially for the Khalid. Like, you need ways to stop Khalid from using his skills. Once he does use his skills and he, stacks it up, you're gonna get punished really hard. And seeing Onic PH here ban out the Yi Sun Shin, that Kufra, you know that they don't want any aggression coming out here from Bren Esports. But Bren Esports, they still want it. They got the Farsa, and they want Onic PH to fight.
Okay, so one way to deal with this is obviously to just not face it head on, and just to let Onic PH into the trap. I think this is a great way to trap Onic PH. Just have a Farsa to control anytime that they try to go in here. And I think you cannot outrange. No one in Onic PH so far can outrange Bren Esports because of the Farsa pick, right? And they have that show to maybe stop Khalid, because like you said, Khalid is such a monster on the battlefield. When you leave him on the lane for a long time, he has unlimited sustain, almost unlimited sustain, full regen, and defensive capabilities are off the charts. Now, they also got the Esmeralda here for Onic PH. They're super short range. What do you think about this?
I mean, for Onic PH, it's all about sustain. I mean, Uranus is really got hit hard by the nerf train, but Onic PH, they have something in mind. We don't have the Uranus, but we have two of the best heroes to, just supplement that idea in which Uranus has been living on for Season 5. Just be annoying in lane and just show your face in front of the enemies, because if they do that, they're the ones who's gonna get punished.
That's true, man. I can already see so many punish opportunities here for Onic PH as well. If Bren Esports executes by a small error percentage, that's gonna be a big problem. Now we are on to the ban, by the way. Who will be the big ban items here for Bren Esports? I feel like I would like to remove more sustain or more tankiness. A Popol and Koopa would actually... It's one of those heroes where... it's one of those heroes where it can allow, right? It can allow your heroes like Esmeralda, like the Khalid, to go near Bren Esports. That sounds like it's a good pick. I wonder if they're gonna think about it, or they'll ban it out, because it's also one way for Bren Esports to find Khalid and to lock him down.
That is true. I like the ban coming out from Bren Esports here. Just banning out that Hilda. They don't really want to just have that fight. But is this okay? Okay.
Good.
Okay. That was.
Oh my gosh.
That was a surprise, but we are going to have a remake. I thought that we're gonna see a Layla pick even without the rework from Project Next, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man!
But let's go back to the draft. I have this thing where I actually like the idea of a Hylos onto the side of Onic PH, just because they're kind of bit on the run and gun setup here on the side of Onic PH, and if they ever get the Hylos, I don't think the Farsa zoning capability will be a problem because they can just, ram them down, just run all over them.
That's actually a great point. Glorious Pathway is one of those tools that you can use. For example, like we said earlier, this lineup, it looks like a very short range lineup, right? Kimi is not a long range marksman. Esmeralda's not a long range mage. But with the tools that you mentioned, Hylos might be a big deal here. Glorious Pathway straight into the enemy will negate the Farsa when he goes to Feathered Airstrike, and that's great. It's a usual combo, right? Usual combo pairing. Not even in pro play, even in the ranked games, you usually see Kimi plus Hylos equals a lot of wins, right?
There's a thing about tanks right now. To be honest, 2 Fralas, probably the best tanks right now of the meta, getting banned here for both the teams. And there seems to be a drought, or they're both serving for probably one of the tanks, and an Akai could actually come out. A Hylos could actually come out. So there are a lot of things happening right now, and the Philippine meta, they actually like to experiment. I'm kind of seeing the Philippine meta right now. It's on the matter of zoning and picking your fights well, and probably bring in the enemy if you're Bren Esports into their side of the circle, like the Feathered Airstrike circle. Yeah. Now, what Onic wants is to just get the pick off and just, get the lead early, push the lanes, push the wave, and just win from there. So the Farsa, I think, is probably the bane to the Kimi's push. But as long as they can take down the Farsa, I don't really think that anybody can stop Kimi from pushing the wave.
Yeah, I think that Farsa was the control, right? The control. Of course, we're not done with the draft yet, guys. We will start into a remake. I think since that Layla pick, that sounds like it's not gonna happen. Don't worry. Which is sad for the Layla mains in the world. But I feel like there's still ways for them to recover from it, right? And like you said, there is a bit of a drought in terms of the hero pickings, but these are things that they might need to get used to, right? They have to start getting used to this, especially all the teams in the Philippines, I think, have to get used to this because of the incoming 5-man setup. Now, that's something I think a lot of people want to talk about, Butters. What do you think? Is it really that big a deal? And will all the tanks be banned because of the 5-man setup?
Looking back for season 1, ever since then, we really had a fixed hero pool of heroes, just to get a fixed hero pool of heroes. That's actually kind of redundant. Going back, we really had a small pool of heroes in terms of going to season 2 up to season 5. And I feel season 5 there's a bit of a shake-up in terms of just getting the heroes. They actually made sense this, they actually made sense that, because the funnel was there. But now, looking at it, with 10 bans onto the line, 5 for both teams, I think teams will really need to experiment more.
Yeah, I feel like,
and I think the meta will evolve just because of this 5-ban setup. 10-ban setup rather.
Yeah, that's gonna be coming in next time. Obviously, not for this week. That's gonna be happening next week. And you're absolutely right. I'm looking forward to the picks that we have been ignoring for how many seasons. Because teams, they're starting to pick these. They keep picking these same heroes over and over again for a simple reason, right? Because it works, and no one's stopping them. Now, the only thing stopping them is those extra 2 slots per team to ban out. That is a big deal. Will we see the resurgence of, like you said, Akai has been one of those heroes that is only used in certain situations. And now, a lot of teams might start to think about the Akai because Kufra is going to be banned, Hylos is going to be banned most likely, right? You have so many times, so many slots for banning.
Exactly.
And yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is, Rockhart, you really have to notice, for the 3-ban setup, for the 6-ban setup rather, use the priority on Kufra and Atlas getting
Yeah,
banned.
that's already happening.
So what more if we get 10 bans? That's probably people seeing no tanks in a game just because they ban all viable tanks into the meta. Or they ban all viable tanks for the current situation.
I think we should.
I mean, it is a possibility. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it is a possibility. It could happen anytime, and we're probably gonna see, supports running around just being mages, initiators, not getting priority anymore. It could happen. Like I'm just trying to choreograph here. These are the things that the players will try to study and will try to, integrate into their play style coming next week.
That's something that teams just have to be prepared for. We're not saying it's always going to happen, but previously from experience, we already feel like there's a shortage of tanks already, right? When you're picking for pro play, for professional play, like everyone just wants to remove Kufra for some reason. At the same time, teams that like picking Kufra are already feeling sad. What more? Like, what more when we go into that system? And now, before, we've seen it happen, I think, a few times where a lot of the priority tanks, maybe 4 or tank banned by 2 teams. And now only one team is needed. Like, only one team needs to decide, guys, do we want to play against tanks this season, this game, or do you want to ban all the marksmen? Anyway, that's been happening anyway, right? For the current meta, I feel like marksmen have been going down in priority already. So no need to ban the marksmen. Maybe some of the supports, big-time supports that we've seen. Open Koopa, big deal. Lo Yi, despite being nerfed, still has the same mechanics as before. So, will that happen?
I mean, we are going to see that next week. But right now, you know what? I wanna see the 10 ban setup as a challenge for our teams. Just diversify their hero pool, get more heroes to play. Because you know what? Some of these teams, they have extra bans for these heroes that the other team could probably use. I mean, if you don't have the Ling, I'm just giving an example, then probably there is a slot for Lancelot to get banned as well. So, as long as the team is reading you like a book, they're gonna have a lead on what you're gonna try to get. And some of the coaches, well, almost all of the coaches here in the MPL has the capability to, pinpoint where you're from and pinpoint who you're gonna ban. Because the thing is, this is very different from the qualifiers. If for the qualifiers, we're seeing, the questionable picks.
Questionable picks. Yeah.
As some may say, I kind of agree with that as well. But, these questionable picks might be a possibility that they can become, an adjustment pick in terms of the 5-man, 10-man banning system. So, I don't know. I'm kind of scared of it actually. Because to be honest, it pushes our players forward.
Yeah.
I feel great about it because it forces the teams, it forces the analysts, it forces the coaches to, be a better version of themselves. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. But then again, Rockhart, are we gonna see heroes that we love? Are we still gonna see a Ling? Are we still gonna see a Lancelot? Are we still gonna see an Atlas or a Kufra getting picked once it turns into a 10-man ban system? That's my question.
That's true. Teams are in the coming weeks, most likely, the teams that have a bigger hero pool, meaning the most amount of heroes that they can use, is definitely going to have a big advantage right off the bat. And teams that are slower in adapting will obviously have a hard time. So this is going to be a test early on whether or not you are going to be fit for playoffs already, right? Because you're going to lose a lot of points if you're super slow in adapting. And those are the big tests that our teams in the MPL are currently going to experience. You know what I'm wondering? I wonder if that's gonna happen someday to ranked games as well. Like if we play ranked games, will we see 5 ban as well? That sounds like it's gonna be a big.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I remember the 6-man setup got updated into rank.
That's true.
Or it did follow the trend of MPL. So I mean, if you're playing the 5-man or 10-man ban system for the big leagues, I think the competitive rank system should get the same treatment as well, because higher ranks may lead to you going into MPL. So having that taste of the 10-man ban setup is probably going to be the best thing for you.
Yep. So I hope you viewers are ready for that. I hope you guys are getting ready for adjust as well, because I feel like it's not just the pros that are gonna have to do it. Maybe someday you guys are also gonna be able to do that as well. So coming into this matchup again, if you guys are wondering what's up, we are waiting for the teams to get ready into the lobby. You saw earlier we were already halfway through the draft. I think someone kind of lagged in ping. I think maybe internet. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, both teams are actually having a bit of issues on their own picking, so we'll get to the draft as soon as the teams are ready. So don't worry, guys, and just stay chill. All right, don't worry, guys. So for now, Butters, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about what's a comparison between Flap and Basic. Who do you think is the better addition to their team? I know a lot of our viewers who are hardcore esports fans have already, as well as you, obviously, have already seen that. I wonder who's gonna be the bigger guy here for both of these teams. We'll talk about that later. But before that, we're gonna go on a quick break whilst we wait for the teams to get ready. Once more, this is the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6, first day of the first of the regular season. I'm Rockhart. This is Butters. We'll catch you guys in a few moments.
Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network's speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose network that gives you truly enjoy. How do you know about this gig life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to leap.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch to
Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
Mega kill!
I am only a shepherd.
Monster kill! An enemy has been slain!
Name for the holy light.
An enemy has been slain!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale and the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death. All who oppose me. So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the guardian dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the dragon sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the guardian dragons barely had the power to guide the dragon warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Your team destroyed a turret! Mega kill! Double kill! Triple kill! Legendary!
Download for free. Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the blade.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigify happiness. Gigify love. Gigify friendship. Gigify dreams. Gigify hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to leap.
don't pay cash. Pay Maya. Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Let's get this over with. I'm starting to get bored.
An enemy has been slain.
Name in the holy light.
An enemy has been slain.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
This godly power.
What is this?
Yu Zhang has combined the reverse scale, the primordial spirit. He cannot leave here.
The Black Dragon has returned. No one, nothing, can stop me now.
Let's take him from the side! Now!
Death to all who oppose me.
No!
So this is what I'm truly capable of.
Wake up! Yu Zhang! How is this possible?
You are getting rusty, brother.
No! How did it end up like this? No!
Welcome to reality, girl. Where the strongest rules them all.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
In hopes of stopping the Guardian Dragons from fully regaining their strength, Kraken sent his minions to attack the Dragon Sanctuary. The shield protecting the sanctuary was growing weak. Attack after attack, the Guardian Dragons barely had the power to guide the Dragon Warriors. How could a warrior from the Northern Vale enter the sanctuary, and what would await ahead?
Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Killing spree. Double kill. Godlike.
I'm perfect. Behold!
Legendary.
Behold! My strength!
Legendary. Triple kill. Maniac.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Rocks need no protection from the wind.
You have slain an enemy. You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Mega kill.
Download for free Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose a network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to leap.
don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League Season 6. First day of the first week here. Of course, your shoutcasters. I'm Rockhart, this is Butters. And we are getting into the game, finally, for Onic PH versus Bren Esports.
We did have a bit of technical difficulties, but right now it is resolved. Remember, guys, we are dealing with technology, and sometimes it may get the best of us. But we have resolved it, and we are going to bring you a fair fight between two of the best teams in the MPL. Because, you know, for the MPL, it's all about integrity.
That's
Having a fair match, not giving any advantage to the other team. That's what the MPL is all about. This is equal ground. This is equal ground for the players ever since season 1.
That's always been our thing here in the MPL. We never start matches unless we're 100% sure that all external variables are like taken care of first, and it's all about player skills. So no matter what other people say that let's just start the match already, just go start, we will not start until everything is good. And we are in the spirit of esports where everything is fair and everyone is playing in their best. So, getting into this matchup, we will be going into the draft really soon. And I think that's happening right now. And I'm just super excited. We will start from the beginning, by the way. I think both teams have agreed we should start the draft from the beginning. And that means the previous picks that we talked about, that's suddenly erased. I'm a little sad because we already did the in-depth analysis. And but they might just do it again for some reason.
I mean, they did for
Why
the first
not?
phase of the bans. And wow, Onic PH here. They're still gonna stick with that Khalid, and probably a Kimi. If Onic PH, they could still go for the Kimi if they want to. I think it's still a good strategy, just to have that Kimi onto your lineup. But Onic PH, they would make a bit of an adjustment here. They would just stick with the 2 sustain heroes that they went for in the first draft that we had earlier. They would go for the Esmeralda and the Khalid. The Khalid.
Right.
I almost said another character.
Another one.
From,
right.
From a
You almost
fighting
said
game.
another one.
From a fighting game. Now,
It looked very similar. Yeah.
It looks very similar. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Bren Esports, on the other hand, they will still go for that Farza and the Yuzhong. Probably 2 of the best heroes. If ever Yuzhong can, just control heroes here from the side of Onic PH with Farza inside the Feather Airstrike, rather. I think it's a very formidable combination, and it just, you can isolate people with these heroes.
That's true. And we are probably going to see a lot of different ways that you can use the Farsa, especially against a lineup like this where they replace the Kimi with a Roger. Okay, that kind of shapes things up a little bit into a more death ball melee composition that we have for Onic PH. And if I was Bren Esports, man oh man, I would really like to ban out Hylos, or I would not want Hylos to be in this team. However, they will ban out the Hilda instead, which is super understandable at the same time, right? Like, it's just so difficult to deal with Hilda for some reason, a lot of times.
To be honest, Rockhart, I'm seeing the same bans here on the side of Bren Esports. It's still the same formula. But for Onic PH, they go for the Roger, and they have 2 guys with full beards right now.
Yeah.
On their lineup, and you cannot get more manlier than that. But they do have the Esmeralda just to, balance things. But another guy with a full beard. Another guy with a full beard. Okay, so Onic PH, I like their lineup. It's a very, in-your-face lineup, to be exact.
It is.
The thing is, Bak will just go try to, how do I say this? Go through the Farsa, probably.
Yep.
Force the Farsa to get out, use her bird form to just get out of the way. That's the thing?
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll be relatively easy for Farsa to get out of harm's way, unless there's like super strong burst coming in from Onic PH. And Onic PH, they have been a team that has been known to do stuff like this. Like, remember when they debuted in Season 4, they were like picking heroes that we were wondering, why would you pick that hero? We always said that, but way back in Season 4. And we learned our lesson early on that never to doubt Onic PH, especially with lineups that we have never seen before. And they're choosing up that Cyclops probably as the last pick. I don't even mind it anymore. But on the other side, Bren Esports looks like it's the more, what's the word for it? It's more balanced, more steady lineup compared to Onic PH, who just wants to go unlimited. Let's go for a team fight kind of lineup, right?
Okay, so I'm kind of seeing the lineups here onto the side of Onic PH. I like the idea that the Esmeralda is there.
Yep.
Like this hero is actually complements the 4 heroes that Onic picked. Onto the side of Bren Esports, I mean they have brought a bit of a problem to the side of Onic PH, but Onic PH did answer with the Cyclops, so there is a catch, in terms of the Hayabusa, but I think that is going to be one hard target to lock. Because the thing is, the Hayabusa can just use the quad shadows to get in and out.
Now I wonder if we are going to see this Farsa dominate this game because of the range advantage, or will we see Onic PH go full swing into 5 people here? Let's find out as we head into the game. Bren Esports versus Onic PH, Game 1.
Okay, so I like the Cho tank or Cho's support that they're doing here. It's on Lusty side, so you know that it's gonna go for that concussive blast emblem. I actually like it because it gives an extra oomph to this Cho.
That's right.
Like Cho won't be getting the normal items that he uses. Like he won't be getting those Blade of Despairs or anything like that. But he will still get the extra help.
Yeah, there's extra damage, but you also have to note that this Cho is going to be a little bit squishier than the Cho that we usually see, simply because it is on a mass setup, especially in the early game. Maybe later on they can compensate for it, but for now they will have to deal with just some really good picks. And so far so good for both teams. They are not showing any big signs of weaknesses yet. And everyone, all the carries are getting the farm that they need.
And speaking of weaknesses here for the side of Bren Esports, I just feel that as long as the lanes remain stagnant, nothing's happening in any of the sides here on the map. Like Yaknu will just be, forcing out those avarice procs to just get him the extra gold that he needs to go online early.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh boy, Lusty almost got taken care of there. But Feathered Airstrike, good amount of damage. Carl Teasy cleans it up. And we'll be going for first blood on the few.
I like the thing about Few here is just showing us how good is he in just calculating out the damage. He saw Jay, he just goes for the Feathered Airstrike, and he just called Kartzy and he just went, okay, finish it off. You got this.
Yeah. That's actually pretty good, because you also want to get Few as much damage output as possible. Let's have a look at the Gillette instant replay there for Lusty. A pretty good bait, forcing Jay to go out of position. That's pretty smart. And then, of course, Carl Teasy, despite being the Hayabusa, just allowing Few to pick that up.
And that is the Gillette instant replay, the best a man can get, and shave the day. Yeah, shave the day. I kind of remember that. That was probably the best thing, or the best hashtag that I heard earlier.
Yep.
But right now, Jay, it's here, and look at this. Oh my goodness, that dragon, Rawheart, that dragon.
Yep, the dragon is real, a double for Few, and they just keep going on and on and on. Flap Teasy and Carl Teasy, a great combo for invading the buff at this point of the game. Now, it's going to be Bren Esports with the ability to go straight into Onic PH. For that turtle, but they will just take it slow and steady, knowing that the rest of Onic PH might be starting to get in position.
Now, Yuzhong there, just using the ultimate to get in the phases here on the side of Onic PH. It was enough to force them back out, and it was enough for Bren Esports to get 1 kill out of it. And that says a lot.
Yeah, it really does. It says a lot considering how far ahead Bren Esports feels like right now, but the economy is showing something different. It's just 1.4k considering so many things that happened already. I wonder if Bren Esports is capitalizing well on the kill advantage that they have.
And Dilar here will be the next target. There is the shadow kill. Dilar, he's just way too tanky, and I think that's Khaled's thing. Like Khaled will, as long as Khaled can press those skills, it won't really be a problem.
That's true. Again, the Khaled is there's a good reason why the Khaled just keeps getting picked up here over and over again, right? And I like that. I like that the Khaled is the sustainability for Khaled has been noticed by our teams, and that's just how Khaled is gonna be played. It's super It's gonna be super difficult to dive on him, but Dilar somehow is just holding.
Craftsy, on the other hand, he's just having a good time. Just getting the spoils of war here. Venus will be the target. Goodness gracious, look at this.
Oh my god.
Go. They're forcing their way. They're breaking the doors of Onic PH, and Onic PH, they need to find an answer. I think this is it.
Yep, this is starting to look like it. Onic PH, they are capitalizing on the lack of teammates here for Bren Esports, but Bren says we don't even need teammates. We will just keep fighting as long as FlapTZ is alive, and he is getting everything he wants right now.
Yeah, Kipri is just doing work rock hard for Flap. He's not even going back to base just because the killing spree is working so well for Flap. FlapTZ, the Bloodless Axe is there, and he will get the extra tankiness or extra sustain that he needs in the coming fights.
Yeah, there were so many moments where FlapTZ could actually have died because of the killing spree emblem. He just keeps on going. Like, there is just no way to stop this guy so far because everyone who's supposed to stop him is also not getting the items they need yet.
But at least Onic PH is actually answering with their own offense.
Yeah, for sure. The offense is so great here for Onic PH. Going straight into it, Lusty with the Way of the Dragon. The Onic PH squad is running for it, and Few doing a great job of providing the damage output, and Carl TZ pulling up foil.
Oh my goodness, Onic PH just falling like rocks. Oh my goodness. Onic PH, they cannot find a way to stop the aggression from Bren Esports, and the only reason why that's happening is because they get caught off guard. They get caught off guard like this. Even the dragon was there. Oh my Venus can't really do anything about that.
Yep.
Oh my Venus doesn't have the flicker. He has the purify. So it really says a lot here to the side of Onic PH.
Yeah, FlapTZ didn't even need to go there. I mean, Carl TZ and Few already had that in the bag. That's how powerful the Bren Esports squad is right now. And now we are on a 9-1. Make that a 10-1 while I was talking about that. And Carl TZ out of nowhere picks up the Esmeralda. That is a big problem, but look at this. Onic PH, they still want to go for the fight here. And they are not stopping at all despite lower on the itemization priority. Lusty and the rest of Bren here are back into the fight, and because of that, Dilar falls, and now FlapTZ, he is in position.
That was a very nice play coming out here from Bren. They catch Dilar, and they burst down Dilar fast. And Khaled, as long as he can't use his skills, he cannot sustain himself, and that was a prime example there. Bren Esports, they know what they're doing, they're just rolling with it, and they're probably gonna get the game number 1 W here if Onic PH doesn't find an answer ASAP. 13-1 is the scoreline right now, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, what is gonna be the answer? I mean, so far I'm drawing up a blank here because the supposed answers for the lineup are falling down hard. Wise on the Roger, 0-1 and 0, not even utilizing that killing spree emblem yet. Same with Dilar, supposed to be the solid anchor for Onic PH is the 0-3-1.
The thing about this Esmeralda pick is they didn't really, take advantage of it early game. Like Iyaknu, he had the Avarice on hand, but the thing is, there wasn't even a fight that went on the side of Onic PH. Right? They were really banking on the fact that Iyaknu will have a good game, just because when you get the Avarice, you are expecting Iyaknu to just stick to the other enemy team heroes. And When you have the average, that means you want to force fights as early as possible so you can get to the threshold easily.
Get all that maximum gold. Sounds like a good deal, right? But like because of the lack of team fight capabilities of Onic PH so far, Bren Esports is running away with the map. Not even scared to go into their own jungle.
Yes, that is true, Rockhart. Onic PH, they don't have any more map control. Bren Esports here, they are just waiting for this Lord to march onto the middle lane. They're probably gonna try and just get that, while Kartzi here is giving importance to that orange buff.
Yep, and starting slowly but surely, the Lord is walking on the mid lane. It's starting to look like they're gonna have a hard time defending this tower, because I feel like this is just gonna be taken over by Bren Esports. Look at the top lane and bottom lane minions going in at the same time while the mid is being wailed on by the Lord. That is a great position for defender. Airstrike, Lord will go down, and the rest of Onic PH trying to dive in on the backline in the mid lane, but nothing is going their way. Flap TC on the back of the base just surviving like crazy. And look at this. The base of Onic PH is now in shambles. How did they get back from this one? Hard to say, as this might be the last big team fight of this
Kartzi here
game.
just being very patient. He gets caught out with the falling star moon. Can they get a kill? And Yaknu is hit by the falling star moon, and that knockoff there. Rockhart, this series says a lot. People just going in at will. Wow,
that's just
not like they're even trying at this point.
Yeah,
it just goes to show that Bren Esports just dominated the whole game.
Yeah, even Lusty playing around in the base of H here. Not even that afraid. Again, boom! Few with a feather strike. Takes care of 2 targets. No problem. Should be it. That's a wipeout. That's a W. Bren Esports cut a 20 to victory against Onic PH.
Onic. They had a good plan there. They really wanted the snowball with the Esmeralda. He even had the Avarice. But Flap and the others, they just stopped them on their tracks. Few here. I'm seeing a hint of the old championship few that we saw way back. And this is his form.
Yep. This is the few, you know, really likes, right? Man, he has been slumping very hard on season 5. I mean, I feel like they've also admitted that, right? And they only bounced back. That game was a big statement game here for Bren Esports. Looking the way they did way back then, back in season 1, they were finishing games very hard, and I really like the strong finish as well here for Bren Esports.
Yeah, Bren Esports, as I've said, looking back, Onic PH was the one who took them down on the lower bracket final. So it's really, the drive of Bren Esports to just prove themselves that they're better than Onic PH this season. Onic PH, it's very uncharacteristic for them to just lose like that. I mean, for the longest time, or for 2 seasons already, Onic PH has been consistent in winning their first game into the MPL. So now this is one thing that you really need to, put in mind. Like, Onic PH, they cannot lose game number 2 that easily. Because the thing is, if Bren wins this, it's almost on the idea of just getting back their confidence, getting a lot of confidence against the former runner-ups. And for Onic PH, if they win this, they can just undermine what Bren Esports has put into the training and practice before season 6.
Big difference, obviously, from Onic PH and Bren Esports right now. And because of that momentum swing, though, I mean, is the conversation we had earlier even true, right? Now, we're gonna talk about that a little bit later on, but before that, we are gonna go on a short break, and then I'm Rock Hard. This is Butters. That's a 1-0. Will we see a 2-0? Let's find out. We head back here. See you in a bit.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Early Khalid, early Yuzhong picks, at nakita rin tayo ng early Farsa picks. And later on, we will discuss the importance of the heroes that I just mentioned. One thing that we do have to take note is this battle between the Hayabusa and the Roger always is a battle, it's a tug of war during the early game. These are two heroes that are so dependent on early snowball that if a team that snowballs, hindi na sila mapipigilan ng kabilang team. That's the nature of these early to mid-game lineups. And unfortunately para sa Onic-PH, yung gamble na to na ginawa nila wasn't enough. I also want to talk about this backshot pick coming out from Onic-PH. While it makes a lot of sense against your Yuzhong, against your Gatot Kacha, hindi rin ito talaga yung best na heroes on that tank role that we can see in the meta that we're running right now. But before that, why don't we talk about the item builds? Honestly, standard stuff from all teams. From both teams, I mean. And gusto ko lang tignan nyo dito is few items because of the fact na ang napakaganda ng kanyang progression dito for the Clock of Destiny as well the Durance. The Durance made I would say ito pagiging dagger Onic-PH. The Durance, this allows regeneration from opponents, which is great versus your Esmeralda, definitely against the Khalid at the Assertive Poja, as well as the Roger. So almost all ng heroes coming from Onic-PH was answered by few. Now we're gonna see our post-match data. It only went until 11 minutes and 24 seconds, but I guess the orange buffs and the purple buffs claimed. Ito yung talagang ridiculously nasa side ng Bren Esports. But the better explanation for this is after the first round of buffs na medyo even naman from both teams. In fact, the early rotations, the first rotations of both teams are just even. Pero na yung break-even na nangyari is na break ng Bren Esports and eventually they took hold of the game, they took control of it, and they did not let it go. I also want to take note all of Turtles in this specific game belong to Bren Esports. And you're gonna wonder, where did it start? There are two turning points or two breaks of the game, I would say, para dito sa nangyari natin laro. First is the early game. Absolutely very good start coming out from both teams, even yan. Pero masasabi natin na ang nanalo din talaga in the early stage was Bren Esports because of the first clash that they won. Maybe we can see that in the smart highlights that we see the first blood going in favor of Bren Esports. You can see the gold. Pretty even. Kaso napasama ng pwesto dito si Jay, na-punish siya. And after that, tuloy-tuloy na ang pagkuha ng Bren Esports ng EXP. Do take note that the team fight of Bren Esports is so good when it comes to the AoE factor that they have. They have Farsa, meron silang Yuzhong na AoE initiations din, and then you also have this Cho from Lusty na supporting role, by the way. One mask setup from Bren Esports only on Lusty. And he actually allowed for Bren Esports to have a lot of good team fights in the early stages. Like this, nakita niyo yung peel na yan. May na-skip tayo dito na team fight, which I think is the second turning point of the game. Na doon mo talaga natin masasabi na wala na, Bren Esports have already taken over the game. That happened in 6 minutes. What you're seeing right now in your screen is just Bren Esports sineselebrate na lang nila yung lamang nila over Onic-PH. But the real turning point for me was during the 6-minute mark, which I call one of the good peels coming out from Bren Esports. They have peeled through the lineup of Onic-PH with a very nice execution. Merong nauna, which is Rebo and Lusty in the front lines, and then merong biglang Yuzhong from Flaptizi sa likod. And it really caught Onic-PH off guard to a point where they eventually lost that clash, and any contention during all throughout the game is already lost para sa Onic-PH. Ladies and gentlemen, after the 6 minutes, you can honestly say that Bren Esports have already won this game. And for the 5 minutes thereafter, the Onic-PH was just at the mercy of Bren Esports. Our smart MVP of the game, however, is Few with a 709 KDA stat. Mind you, this is I think I can honestly say that this is a core Farsa that started with the Claw of Destiny as well as the Durance, which is I would say really gave a lot of teamfight prowess para sa Bren Esports. That Durance really is the nail in the coffin of Onic PH because most of their heroes, their Baksha, their Esmeralda, Kali, dependent talaga sa regeneration as a sustain. That was game number 1 of Bren Esports versus Onic PH. Let's see kung makakabawi ang Onic PH sa ating game number 2 as we throw it back to the casters. Oh,
thank you very much for those insights, Wolf. And I think Wolf kind of put the nail straight into the coffin of that analysis where we saw the turning points for Bren Esports, the big moments where they definitely secured that lead, 2 points. And both of those, I think, involved Jay, which is a bit sad because Jay's usually such a good guy in positioning
I
himself in the
mean,
fight.
this is the time where the tanks just need to step up. The supports need to step up, just because a lot of these tanks will get banned, and I'm 100% sure that at times it's going to be the case because you're gonna get put in a position where you're not really comfortable. And the Baksha there, it's it's a good pick, but you don't really see Jay going for those heroes. So I mean, they really have to adjust on the fly, and I think Jay was put in a very uncomfortable
That's true.
position. That's why he had a bit of a problem in terms of positioning. But for game number 2, at least Onic PH can just rally back and take this to a game number 3. That's one of the things that you really have to look out for Onic PH is they don't give up easily.
Yeah, that's always been their trademark. Despite, I think, having some very, very mismatch or very difficult games, Onic PH always rose up to the challenge. And I wonder if that's going to be the case here as well, right? Those are the big questions that we have. This Baksha is, I think, you're right on the coffin. Feels like it was first onto Jay. And what you do as a tank, right? You just into the enemy and hope your team can up. Because if you want sometimes or most of the time, one roll in, there's no rolling out anymore. Right? Depending on the situation.
I mean, that is one of the things that you look out for if you're on the side of Onic PH. If you either draft on game number 1, once you never go back. It's like when there's no in between. There's no surviving for 2 people in your team. That's how it went onto the side of Onic, and they didn't purify that own means that you want to have a bit of an extended team fight. You don't want your heroes getting picked off. You don't want your heroes getting controlled that easily. Now, in terms of repositioning, they didn't have anything more. They only had the Purify, and it didn't really matter onto the side of Bren Esports, because Bren Esports at some point they have the Yu Zhong, and the Yu Zhong will just push people back a bit, like knock them back a bit. Then the capability of Bren Esports to just chase with a Cho and the others and the Hayabusa is just
Talk
way
about
too good.
One of the best heroes that you can pick if you really want to reposition fast. That's Yu Zhong, right? You the crowd control while you're in dragon form, right? They can't do much about it except hope that you fall in the wrong path. Except that Yu Zhong doesn't bump into free enemies, then knock them up at the same time. So that's the big problem that I have here. And like you said, once you go in for Onic PH earlier, it was either you win completely, or you get wiped out.
Okay,
Those are the only 2 scenarios.
Okay, so just having that certain setup for Onic PH, I just feel that for game number 2, they should just hold back a bit, not go for the fully aggressive lineup that they really plan to go for, and just go for probably a more standard pick like not really a one-dimensional pick, because if you think about it, the plan on game number 1 was just to get in their faces and just wipe them out.
Yeah.
And I think Bren Esports had the freedom to, just pick what style that they wanted to play. If they want to go aggressive, they have the Yuzhong for it. If they wanted to go for the pickoff, they had the Hayabusa for it. So there were a lot of things going on there for Bren Esports, and I feel in terms of drafting, Bren, they got the better side of that.
Yeah, they absolutely did. They got the better side of most of it. Plus, not to mention, Bren looked super comfortable in running and dealing with that lineup. They looked like they knew what they were doing at every point of the fight. Whether it's going for the invade, like Wolf said, you saw how many blues were stolen. That was, I think, 8 or taken rather. That was 8 blues versus 1 blue for Onic, right? Those stats are crazy.
Yeah, those stats are crazy, but you know what, Rockheart? That is the power of the Hayabusa with the
That's
Retribution.
true. You can probably
you
can probably go for the
it enables you.
Shadow kill. That's beautiful.
Yeah, even the ultimate of the Cyclops, you can just get away from it. I mean, you cannot disjoint it in any way, but what you can do is when it's go back.
Yeah.
They just go back, and that's how it works. You don't really have to, spend a lot of skills to, put yourself into safety. I really see a trend of banning out these supports, these tanks this season 6. Probably there's some changes along the way, Rockhart, that we are going to see a bit of a nerfs and buffs in terms of these heroes. But you know what? I think for the first half of this regular season, I think the tanks and supports are gonna get banned a lot. So people, if you're watching right now, if you're preparing right now for your matches, the pro teams, look at this setup that we have. We have 0 to no tanks that are available, that are S tier. Well, it's probably the Kufra and the Atlas, and that's it.
I think they're just the teams might be just starting to get ready for the next week already, because they are obviously Cho is not picked as a tank anymore. Like the last time Cho was picked as a tank, remember, I think that might have been season 2 or season 1. It's the only way that you pick a Cho. Usually Cho is an offlane whenever he gets picked up. So now teams might be thinking, you know what, maybe we can substitute Cho for some of these heroes.
And you are actually seeing a giveaway code right there. And if you're waiting for the giveaway code, they actually have a bonus code as well. So it's right there below us. Just redeem it now. Get a screenshot of it, redeem it, and enjoy your giveaway codes. And that's what you get, ladies and gentlemen, for watching the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League PH Season 6, day number 1 of the regular season. We have a lot of store for you, and this is only day number 1. Rockhart, I'm really just excited that MPL is back.
I know.
You know what? I know for game number 1 that you're really trying to absorb the energy, but right now I think for game number 2, let's rev it up a bit.
Yeah, we gotta rev it up.
Just go all out
sure,
right now.
For sure.
Let's go all out. Like bask in all the things that is MPL for game.
Because you don't want to be 2-0'd on day 1. Come on, like if you were Onic PH, you don't want to get 2-0 right away, and that only gives Bren Esports so much more confidence coming into the second weeks. The next weeks of the MPL might be, if Bren takes this all out, that might be Onic PH's fault, right? Because it'll feel so good. It'll feel so good as a player, as a coach, to know that this team that has been giving you such a hard time for 2 seasons now, you've finally given him a pretty good show.
What? It just gives a suggestion like, oh, we're probably doing something right.
Right, exactly.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going. I like the confidence. Just make more experiments, make more rotations, make more everything in between, and probably that confidence could take them to a grand finals. Who knows? This is Bren second championship, or Rebo has been denied for a second championship for quite a long time now.
Yep.
So I think a lot of these players here, they for season 5, a lot of expectations were on their side, but Onic PH, they stopped those expectations. They cut the tournament life of Bren Esports loose on the lower bracket finals. So Onic PH, this is an important battle for them, and they cannot lose this in a 2-0. They have to rally back, take this to game number 3, Bren Esports. If they want the confidence, take it to a 2-0, and that's how you do it in the MPL. No mercy. You just go all out.
Sure.
Day number 1, you go all out.
Basically what you want to do. And do you want to repeat the draft that we saw earlier? Because that draft, man, was like I mentioned before, Bren looked like they knew how to deal with it. It might be a very, very powerful draft. Who knows, right? We might see this work on other teams, but definitely not against a team like Bren. Easy's game. On the Yuzhong was just
like we're saying that for these prodigies, you know what? There might be a bit of nervousness in terms of just getting the groove inside MPL, because this is still the biggest league in the Philippines.
Obviously, we are gonna head into the draft. Come on, we gotta go.
Yeah.
Show us more of those really good picks that you did before. We want to see the old Onic PH.
Going back, Rockhart, to Flap. He's going to the base of Onic PH with his dragon form, and he's not really scared by anything. That is a really good sign that Flap is adapting to this, the highest MPL fast. Bren Esports, they might be on to something here, but Onic PH, isn't gonna be bad. I mean, I really want to see a game 3. These two teams, this is probably one of the dream matchups. Let's just call it a star matchup.
Absolutely.
In terms of the MPL
they've been actually really, what do you call this? Been really fighting for who deserves to have the yellow and black, right? Although Onic PH had a little bit of white added, but it used to be just black and yellow as well for these guys. So I feel like there's a little bit of chip on both their shoulders. Like we're the guys who's gonna use the yellow to dominate the field, and starting to look really good for Bren Esports so far. Looking a very similar on the Farsa, instantly locked out for Onic by Onic PH. I like that. I like that they already answered, and they are aware that Flap TZ was really nuts on that Yuzhong.
But onto the side of Bren Esports, they got the Selena pick. We're not really sure who's gonna use that. I mean, View picks one mean Selena. He showed us that way back season 2, and that's one of the heroes that got them the championship in the first place. Onic PH, they still have for them. Okay, so really like to go for that one marksman mid, then a side lane Show and a side lane Uranus. So this is one of their most comfortable drafts yet.
For sure. I feel like this draft is going to. This looks familiar to what each of them plays. Yaknu has been so legendary on the show. Last season, he was hunting down Lings. Like last season, Yaknu was being dragged as a Cho purely for the sake of hunting hunting down links who are jumping through walls. So, and obviously DLR great works well on the Uranus. It's a very big. You gotta be prepared to get some of that action because it's gonna be very hard to deal with. No bans on the no Esmeralda, by the way, which means this Uranus is just gonna have a much better time.
Okay, I like the Hilda just because it deals consistent damage against the Uranus. It can charge through the Yisun Shin really fast, and that's a thing about fighters right now or the tanks. Sometimes you just need to have those gap catchers. Like these heroes outside of Onic PH kite you. I mean Cho and Yisun Shin 100% is gonna outkite Hilda. As long as the Hilda player here on the side of Bren Esports becomes a very smart into using those gap closers, I don't think he's gonna have a problem picking them off if and only if he gets a good game.
Yep.
Thams here and the Loye.
So wow, two solid off-lane tanks. Or I would say, whenever I look at Fams, I look at how tanky the Fams can be. So I kind of went for a tank, although obviously he's a fighter. Good front line here, coming from Onic PH. Loye, like I mentioned before, you feel like Loye got nerfed a lot. For me, sometimes it's not enough. Loye just feels so powerful still, despite the nerf. And Onic PH is gonna start to show us just that in this game. Now we are looking at the last pick. Bren Esports, finally, they have the Selena, one of the tools that they can use. The draft earlier would have been great with the Selena. Lives on that target, that was supposedly perfect, but since it got banned out, it didn't work. Now it's open for Bren Esports around, and it looks like Bren Esports wants to give him a taste of their medicine here.
Last really made Cho support or Cho off tank a much more viable hero to pick right now, and for the certain compositions. So I like it. They have the extra capability to just tank up the damage coming out here from the Thams and the Uranus, and at the same time you have Jade that if he plays a stellar game, he can just go for the pickups and give Wise all the kills in a silver platter. Now onto the other side, they have to be really careful for this, and they have to stop them in their tracks. Bren Esports, they did stop Onic PH from answering to their mid game. They didn't really give back the lead, if I do say so myself. So as long as they keep doing that, I'm not seeing any problem from Bren Esports. Nice adjustment coming out from Onic, and that's
all right.
We
are into the game here, ladies and gentlemen. Gacha was the last pick for Bren Esports. Solid front line, and if the engages are done correctly, this could mean that Bren Esports can come out with a 2-0. On the other side, Onic PH, they are more slow and steady. They will have a great initiate with the Loye. Will that happen though? Let's find out.
There's a first blood. Onic PH, Dilar just showing us the Tham's prowess, and he really likes this hero.
Yep, Dilar really likes that Tham, and he has been playing it ever since he debuted in the MPL. Now, it's gonna be the kill. Rebo picking it up. Probably not who they wanted to give the kill over to, but it will do for now. We are 1-1, and Onic PH looking like they are still gonna be able to give Bren a hard time in the jungle.
The thing is, just give freedom to your carry. Jay, he got Garota there, but Wise will just dash out. He won't get hit by anything. And Few, waiting for the right time. They catch out the Loye. Loye here will be using that Purify. He baits them out, and Few going in. But look at that armor. And Few fighting off more than Few, but he still gets the kill but at the process of taking, of course,
Yep, and Bren Esports, they're on the run here. Onic PH looks like they can get a lot of resources if they do it properly, but the Retribution Steel Crab resource still gonna go over to Carl TZ. So good so far on the Roger. He's not allowing any big openings in the chink of the armor, at least on his lane. On the other sides, though, I feel like Bren Esports might be loosening up a little bit. Again, Oh My Venus gonna get trapped here, slowed down by the Abyssal Trap. No arrow in sight, but the dive-in is gonna be real. Flap TZ and Carl TZ combination in the mid lane. Looking really strong.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Another arrow hit for that few Selena. And this is one of the reasons why you do not give out that Selena to few. I might have spoken a bit too soon there, as why will just take him down. But still, he's doing his job. He's getting the right pickups.
In fairness, it was a nice try. Few was in a very weird position around the turret on the top side because he was
resurrecting soon.
want to throw out those arrows and you forget, oh my god, I'm in a very bad spot on the map. And I think that's exactly what happened to Few there.
And Carl, he will just go for those scratches. You here will be the next casualty. That's going to be 3 kills on that Selena. Kinda, you know, just giving out these easy kills for the enemy team, not really what you want. Bren Esports, on the other hand,
yep, they're having a hard time here. So far, Bren Esports looking really hard-pressed for answers. Carl TZ is doing his very best to get into the fight, get that push ready, but so many members from Onic PH means they cannot fully engage. They must give up this red buff, orange buff, whatever it is. It's gonna be Rebo very, very low, who jumps into the fight with 1 HP remaining. Look at the balls on that guy. Really, really nuts. And they are still going on the chase. They dove in on the Loyi. They got what they wanted. Same with Few on the J. And once more, Bren Esports 4 down on Onic PH. They are behind on goal, but so far, so good here.
okay, Rockhart, just analyzing what happened in that fight. It was an Onic PH win, but they overstayed time just trying to block out Bren Esports from their own jungle. The thing is, you got a bit of pickups there, and you got their timers going. So when the timer just ended, they were asking to be, you know, to be just controlled in that area and just lose all those heroes. That's a 4-0 on the side of Bren East in terms of gold. It's only 500 gold more.
And Bren gets through. Oh my god! That easy, look at this guy going ham! Oh my gosh, Bren Esports will be giving up the tower on the top lane, but they are still looking really, really strong here, especially Flap TZ on the Khalid. Man, we gotta have a look at that one on the Gillette Instant Replay. Hashtag Shade of the Day. Cleaning it up, Carl picks it up and does not even join the fight. They don't need to use that turtle buff to get into that one. They had enough.
They're losing on the idea that they're giving out that much you're not really critical, but in a confusing way. Like, it's almost every time that Onic has the capability, they have the retribution. It's a 1-1 retribution setup for doesn't really seem to feel it right now,
for sure.
For some reason.
I feel like Onic PH, they have just because of the prize they gave it away. Looking at Flap TZ on the bottom lane as well, his Desert Torrent, because of the amount of damage they have. And now it's the invade once more on the red side, the orange side of the map. Cloud.
Oh my goodness.
And now.
I mean, Rockhart, if a team goes to your second turret when when your first turret at the bottom is down, that speaks a lot of Bren's confidence, and Jay will be there.
And
No, I don't.
Beautiful Avatar Guardian from Rebo there. If you just saw, he basically had to knock up. So Loyi, no more Purify means later on their team fight is gonna be so much better. But
that is true. Now, looking into it, Rebo here has been playing a lot of this Gatot. I just feel that Bren Esports have been practicing a lot of Gatot recently. Because they know that there's a lack of tanks right now onto MLBB.
They're getting ready. They can feel it. They can smell it, Butters. The lack of that. The big upcoming ban change is already being practiced on by Bren Esports, and they are making it work. You gotta say, right? They are making it work so well. But we are not done yet. Onic-PH can still get back into this one. As long as Jay can really find Philippies, can really find Few, and that's gonna be happening here. But they find Hilda. That's Lusty. Oh my god, so tank.
There is actually a fight happening here to the bottom lane as well. Oh my Venus and the others, they're stopping Rebo from just controlling them in one side of the map, and Few and the others, they really just want to get the kill. And look at Loyi here, he cannot get anyone to mark. There is no back that's gonna happen.
And in this game, really feel right, the lack of the damage output by the low teams definitely did well. Good job to the balance team. So because that small lead that they have now able to remove the top lane, the mid lane second turret, and they can get even more with the help of Rebo. Gatot Chacha. Again, super surprised with how well Rebo is playing this out.
This Rebo and Iyakno, they're having a bit of a scuffle here to the bottom lane, and got the shorter end of the stick there. But Flap has the BOB.
Yep, and that is just so difficult to deal with as well. I mean, that was the taking damage is already locked in his head, so it could not happen. Whoa, break off there! Easy, this is what I'm talking about. Look at that, beautiful pick by Jay. Right target, right time. You don't even need to do anything else. As long as your teammate is ready to receive, you can get a lot done with the red.
They don't even think about it. They just will go down. Yes, well, there is a snag. He will deal with that. Here, he might get caught out. Jay is here onto the back. Will get a kill on the Selena, and the others will be chasing Dilar. Venus is there just to stop them on their tracks, but they just go in. They don't have damage to take down this Iyakno.
And basically tags your Bren. And now Philippies is back onto the field, be able to do something here. This Uranus looking like it's really having a really difficult to take down because of those shields. I don't know how they're gonna do this. They need to slow it down. They need to stop that region if they want to kill Iyakno at any point of this game.
And his Flap here is getting a good game. 6-2, 6 kills, 2 deaths, 2 assists. Bren Esports on the other players, they're actually playing quite a decent game as well. It's all because of Onic-PH. They have one voice in mind whenever a team fight, and they do not, their own fights. So if you think about it, fights in the coming, for the side of Bren Esports, just they can get the pick off with Lusty and try to see once again that they can win the game from there.
That's right. It's a big possibility because of the lack of resources. At the same time, you cannot deal with Uranus. Now it's going to be a big fight here on the top lane. They're trying to see if they match up against each other. And so far, they're just going to all the damage being done there, especially Yaknu. Tower on the mid lane will be taken out as well. And this is definitely looking bad here for Bren Esports. They're starting to just stay inside their base. That is a very bad sign for a team. And Onic PH are making it work with a Yisun Shin.
Yisun Shin here. He has good damage, nice range. You know, it can be played with in terms of going melee to being a ranged. And one of the things that's really annoying about this Yisun Shin is he goes down right now.
That's the only weakness, basically, right, of a Yisun Shin. He goes down super early on, and now the rest of your team is looking for that damage out. There is nothing. Now it looks like Bren Esports are a lot tankier than they feel like, but people are going down one by one here on the team fight. So all of a sudden, looks like Bren Esports gonna get aced here, and that will be the case. They're gonna go for the mid lane. That's a wipeout, and I think that might be it.
Oh, Yaknu a bit, playing with fire there.
Yeah.
And Yaknu doesn't really care. He just goes in and they take game number 2. This could be a possibility, but Few still has a chance to defend this, but it won't really matter as it goes down. And Onic PH, they take this series to a game number 3. And wow, what a game coming out from there. They really knew how to push the buttons of Bren Esports, and I was saying it won't really be a Bren Onic matchup if it's gonna end at game number 2.
No, it's not. Absolutely. Especially the last games of Bren Esports, they have always been having 2-1s, right? We saw that earlier with the matchups, and I think they're keep this trend up. They're just gonna basically just like boxing each other at this point with the way that they are they're playing around the map. They killed Weiss right off the bat, which should have been already a win, but somehow their collapse on the jungle area was not effective. I mean, they all died almost at the same time, and I'm super surprised by that.
But I think Wolf has a lot more to say about this game, and we are going to throw it back to him. But before that, we will be heading into a short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will be back.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life is on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means
game over.
But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means
game changing.
Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy.
And we did mention na may possibility na makabawi Onic PH with just how they perform, with how they draft, and it.
And that, my friend, was Wolf. And great analysis and great messages coming up from you guys at home watching MPL-PH Season 6. And you know what? It's a Friday night. Just enjoy it with family. Enjoy it at home. And we are still your shoutcasters for the English stream. I am Butters. He is Rockhart. And man, game number 3, Rockhart. Did you expect anything less from these two?
Exactly. I mean, we were talking about this and we said, yeah, this is going to be a game for you. I think all of us were already predicting that. And Onic PH definitely showed us a very good draft, like I think, like Wolf said. And it's always so good to hear about from the community, right? Especially when the community is just so good in just spectating, and they're always looking for these games, right? And it feels good to know that we are not alone. Whenever, even though we are, all of us, like our friends or family, sometimes they have to be far apart from each other. We're still all in this together, and we can still enjoy activities together, like what a lot of our viewers are doing at their own homes as well with their friends online.
Hey, I mean, 2020 only beats you when you concede to it, but we can still make the most out of our days, especially in just being here. But right now, I have to ask Rockhart, with Manjin and I, one of the casters of MPL as well, we did make a prediction video. Like, he went with 2-1 Onic just because we did agree that it was a 50-50 in the first place.
Yep.
He went for 2-1 Onic. I went for 2-1 Bren.
Someone.
I have to ask. Who do you agree with?
Man, 2-1 Onyx sounds like that's what they usually say, right? Like that's what usually happens with Onyx games. And I really like it. I really like the idea, the fact that Onyx is gonna come out here with a reverse sweep. But I feel like Bren Esports, I feel like Flaptease is just getting started, right? And we haven't seen Basic. We haven't seen whether or not Basic is going to be included in the lineup. So I feel like I have a bit more confidence with Bren coming into this one, just because Flaptease, man, we've been talking about it even before the game started, and he is living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, one of the ideas of Flap there is, even though they lost game number 2, he still have had a good game.
Yeah, exactly. That could have gone either way, and you saw that they were dropping in tempo in the mid game. Onic was looking like they were dropping. They left Wise. They allowed Wise to be taken out without any retribution. I guess the follow-up from Bren was just super sloppy, but Onic is not unkillable in these comeback scenarios. Right? They have shown their weaknesses, and Bren has also shown their own. But again, Bren Esports historically have always been so good in these matchups. Let's see if that's gonna happen later on.
That is true. And you know what's true? There are giveaway codes down there. So make sure you guys, you just claim those codes, because those codes are going to help you have a better experience in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You get a lot of freebies from it. And who knows, maybe your next hero could come out from those codes. So, Rockhart, the thing is, historically speaking, we've been talking about history for quite some time now. 1-1, Onic and Bren. Now, if Bren Esports wins this, we had 3 matches on record that Onic had the upper hand on. It's still a 2-1. It still favors Onic PH. So I really just, want to see how Bren answers it from here. Like, for the longest time, the bane to Bren's existence is probably Onic PH.
Yep. I mean, we've always been touting Signal to be the sworn enemies of Bren Esports, but for the past 2 seasons, we've actually seen this team right here in front of the Onic PH doing all the bad things to Bren Esports. Let's get into this matchup, though. Bren Esports. That's true, though. That's true, right?
Can I ask, Crawford, what are those bad things?
Yeah, we'll see probably later on.
Okay.
Right? We've seen it.
got it. I got it. But
so Khalid looks like he's gonna be the insta-lock here, apparently for a lot of teams. Do you agree with the power levels that they're putting up here for Khalid? I feel like they might be over hyping this hero. Because so far I feel like all Khalids they have lost, right? Yeah, game one Khalid was on the other side.
I mean, whoever picked the Khalid didn't really have the extended team fight that they wanted to go for. So Onic PH, when they picked it game number 1, it was a Yuzong stomp. Flap just overperformed, and they just destroyed Onic PH. But onto the other side of game number 2, it was Onic PH who abused this Khalid. I mean, like Flap had a good game. Like it was 6-4-4 at some point in the game, and they could have won it if they just chose their fights wisely. But Onic PH, they did have the better decision making that game. So I'm just saying, Bren Esports, they might make the most out of this Khalid right now if they just go for those heroes and they just go for a deny pick. What do you think about this, Rockhart?
I'm not sure about it though. I feel like it did very well for Few, but you know what? Few is not. He's one of those guys that can master a lot of heroes. It's not a hard deny. It's not a super hard deny, but at the same time, they kind of can make it work as long as they lock into Kufra, which surprisingly, finally, Kufra got locked into this, Butters. I mean, I know everyone has always been super amazed by big Tyrant's Rage from big Kufra players, right? I mean, when you think about it, a lot of the biggest plays of MPL recently have been from Kufra. So,
but the thing about it is, Rockhart, it's not always about those big team fight ultimates.
That's right.
It's the capability of a Kufra to just zone you out, make you uncomfortable. Because there is always, at the back of your head, there's always this thing about this big jump that's going to happen, and that can, just push you back into a wall and just deal enough damage to take you all down. And that's the thing about Kufra. It's not about the big team fight ultimates. It's about how Kufra plays with your head.
And Kufra usually just does that very well. Like, even if you're just charging your Tyrant's Revenge, like, simply just posing like that, it feels like you can do so much psychological damage to your enemy already, right? So
I like the term.
I know what you're talking about.
I like the term.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about here, and obviously, as a big Kufra player yourself, you know how to use that, right? So, a Lancelot will be picked up, a first for the season. Lancelot looking like a good sub all the time for a Ling. Every time you want to go aggressive and you can't pick a Ling, you pick a Lancelot, right? That's always been the case. And they will be able to prop in a mage. Who are we looking for here?
I like the Lance pick though. Like the Lance pick is a kind of one of the heroes that Kufra has a hard time, dealing with. Those one-time dash mechanics that goes to a cooldown as long as they use it. It's going to be a bit of hard for the Lance, but for the Lance, it actually resets if you don't get to hit one. If you hit someone that you didn't really hit before, so you have 2 options to go at it, and you can use the Thorn Rose to just get out of harm's way and just probably move out of the way of the bouncing ball if the Kufra is there in front of you.
Yep, that's right. Again, Lancelot usually has a hard time. Obviously, he can't go through the bouncing ball by himself, but usually Lancelot can just go escape. Right away, he doesn't need to deal with the Kufra. Sometimes he can go around it. That's why Lancelot suddenly made a recurrent resurgence back in Season 5 and Season 6 qualifiers. Now it's going to be up to Bren Esports with the good Loyi pick. And I'm already guessing Few is going to be the one to use this. I wonder if they're going to be able to make it work, because Loyi is a very, very difficult hero to deal with before. And now we've seen that the Loyi kind of dripped in damage output. I wonder if they're going to make it work. Now, on Onic PH, looking really good as well. They have the more sustainable matchup here, I think.
Now, the story heading in to game number 3 is if Khalid will get his first win in the MPL. It's a 0-2 for Khalid at 0% win rate. Will he get his first win in the first series of the MPL? But there's another story. There's another story, actually.
There's another story, yeah.
Will Bren Esports actually make it even? Or will Onic PH, just
another one.
we're still the best. We're still the best black and yellow team here, and another loss, another one.
That's what we're waiting for.
Another one.
Either another win for Khalid or another loss for Bren Esports. That's what we're gonna have to find out as we head into the game Bren Esports versus Onic PH Game 3.
Yes, and you see a lot of those things. Realme Smart all over the map. Gillette is there as well. And this is game number 3 between Bren Esports and Onic PH. Now, there are no aggressions happening in terms of invading Rockhart. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I feel like it's a shame because they have a great lineup for a good, strong fight. Not to mention, the X-Borg is just hanging out in the mid lane, which is I would say it's very unusual because you usually want to have the X-Borg push up top as fast as possible and then go for the cut. That did not happen here, so that means they have a different plan in mind here. And now, Bren Esports are going to be a little bit behind in the buff game because they're dealing with minion waves over and over again.
And look at that, onto the top lane. There is a bit of aggression happening there for the Khalid. And he went straight for Iyakno there. Iyakno almost going down, but he did have the Firaga armor going on his side. Kartzi will be getting his purple buff. And do you see any irregularity? How do I say this? Anything irregular happening into the map right now, Rockhart? I mean,
I feel like,
being very ordinary with their rotations.
So far it is, but what you'll notice the most is the speed in which these teams have picked up their buff. It's so scary how fast Onic PH is getting those. Just now, Lancelot finished up that red, and Carl Tizzy is just turning level 4. So I'm a bit surprised by that. Usually it's a lot faster, so Onic PH might be just doing the right things. And speaking of the right things, this is the wrong one, Lusty! Oh my god, he got stopped there by the Kufra bouncing ball. He will be going down for first blood for Onic PH.
I actually agree, and this is one of the things that happen when you don't mind your position in front of a Kufra. The Kufra has all the capability to stop you right there, and that's going to be the first blood. And that means Onic PH will be more confident into just going in to the enemy jungle. But right now we do have our Gillette instant replay. You saw that first blood, and Gillette hashtag shave the day.
Hashtag shave the day.
I still 100% love the hashtag.
Best hashtag ever. I mean, when I first read that, I was like, yeah, good job, Gillette.
Look at the bottom lane though. Something's happening in the bottom lane. But something's happening out in the mid lane as well. And let's check this out. Look at Cards there. Going straight for the Farsa. Wise will be the next target, but he will get away. Jay, on the other hand, Rebo going at it for a bit, but Rebo won't really go for the commit.
Man, what was the plan there? I think that might have been a bit overdue, but at the same time, because of that, Bren Esports free turtle. I'm super surprised with decision making here.
Rebo didn't really steal it. They got the retribution, but it did kind of put a bit of a, a thorn in the heart there for inside of Onic PH. That might have been the purple buff going to the other side, but yeah, they still got it. They still had the retribution, and Lusty almost going down to the feathered airstrike, but it wouldn't really matter as they have all the mobility in the world to just get out of it. Now, Rockhart, things are really going well here for Rebo. He's just doing all the things that he wants, and right now we are actually seeing a pick-off here.
Yeah, they are. I feel like, oh my god, Rebo! That did not feel like a Uranus. Is that how far ahead Venus is on the Farsa already?
Man. I mean, we do know that I kind of get how Uranus gets his tankiness into, getting hit a couple of times before he gets very tanky, but they did it in a very snappy way. So they just got the kill right then and there. Bren Esports answers with their own 2 kills. They might have gotten few, but they make it even.
Yep, and that is just. I don't even know who's in the lead here so far because they feel like both teams are just playing out their minds. Right now, Bren is doing a better work in securing the fights, but we have a bit of a sneaky peeky coming in here for Flap TZ. That did not happen the way they wanted to, but that's because they're playing safe. They know that Jay is a great Kofor player, right? That's why they're playing it very, very passive.
And Flap here going for Dilar. Dilar just gonna go back. He knows that Flap isn't really the best enemy for this Esmeralda because, sustained game. I think that Khalid will have a better time than that Esmeralda. And, for Dilar, he's just gonna try to be safe because Bren Esports, they still have the lead in terms of gold. I mean, that's only 300, but it says a lot because 5 kills onto the side of Onic PH. And that's the thing. Objectives. That's the only thing that matters for the side of Bren Esports. Are they doing the right thing here, Rockhart, for the side of Bren?
They are. Right now, they're even in the economy, so you think no one's ahead, but Bren Esports, look at where they are. They're going anywhere on the map that they want to. They are getting all the objectives. And that just goes to show that even though you don't need to be super ahead in gold to be ahead in the game.
And look at this. He actually went for a bit of a highlight play there in Jay. Missing the wall a bit. But that was a nice try.
Yeah.
I mean, you and the others, if that hit, Few's dead.
That was a 50-50 wall for me, right? I mean, the wall was... It looked like they were in range, but the Kufra ultimate just doesn't always get into the right place. Now look at this great pickup here. Flap TZ will be not even needed there as Carl TZ is going to be the one to pick that up. He was running in there, but man, Brent said, you know what? We got this, bro. They want to go for more. Bottom lane will be the target. Yaknu all alone. No one to back him up. Oh my Venus is so far away. And they will be fighting under the tower. Yaknu, he is playing out of his mind here. Immortality will be popped here for the side of Onic PH. And now Flap TZ with the engagement not going to be hitting anyone with a Sandstorm.
Yes, that is true, Rockhart. And look at this. Bren Esports just dead set into getting this kill. Lusty here will get the stun from that ultimate coming out from the Kufra, but Jay here will get punished by Carl. Carl, he knows that they don't have the bouncing ball. He doesn't have his ultimate, so he's just gonna go in and just gonna try to punish him as much as possible.
That's just what you wanted to do anyway.
I mean,
right?
you did see the damage output coming out here from the Lance.
Yeah, I
It's
did.
scary.
That
It's
is so scary because that's because the buff on the turtle just gives him so much gold, right? He's been having the turtle buff for 3 consecutive times now, and that allows you to farm fast and fight like this. Whoa! That was an almost full engagement just by Carl TZ alone. There's a Bren here, closes it up really well as well, and now Bren Esports are decidedly in the lead on this one.
Yaknu, on the other hand, is doing a great job just controlling the lane that he's in, but the pressure coming out from Bren Esports just way too much. Now, the purple buff will go to Kartzi, it doesn't go to Wise, and that will put Onic PH on notice. They are losing control of the map little by little. And remember, it might be little by little, but it all adds up. Rockhart, what do you think Onic PH needs to do to get back, to get back in this game?
Man, I feel like Onic PH just needs to slow down the role of Carl TZ. They need to focus on this Carl TZ, but at the same time, it's so difficult to do if you're Jay. Because, okay, if you don't hit the Tyrant's Revenge, that's it. Like, the Lance is just gonna walk all over you. And that has been happening over and over again here in this game. And so what they need to do now is just basically just make sure that they can engage in one good team fight. And I don't think that's gonna happen here, especially now that they don't have Last Insanity for
Oh
Iyaku.
my goodness.
Look at Lusty.
This
He's just
for the punish. Iyaku didn't really have time to, react at that point, and Rebo, they're probably trying to go for a fight here. Rebo and the others, they really just want to, fight as much as possible. But Onic PH, they're being very cautious.
no react, no. Right now.
Yeah,
The problem.
Thank you for the pun. I really needed that.
I feel like they're lacking in terms of that, and Iyaku, because of the late Last Insanity as well, was not able to utilize the spell vamp for that skill, right? Because you can sustain for a long time with Last Insanity if you are hitting spell vamps on a lot of enemy targets. That did not happen there. It happened super late, and because of that, they lost turret, and now they will possibly lose the Lord as well.
Will this be Rockhart? Will this be the clincher, the one that sets Bren Esports to a 2-2 with Onic PH? Is this going to be the game changer? Will this be the one game where Bren Esports will get their confidence back facing Onic PH? Will this be Khalid's first win in MPL?
Congratulations if ever, right?
I mean, PH. There's a possibility that he actually won in the other, countries. But right now, for the PH, it's a 0-2 for Khalid. And those are the things that we really need to look out for.
Exactly. You always have to look out for these win rates because that will determine whether or not you should actually pick it up for ranked games, right? If it actually is a good draft, and if it's really a good first two pick priority. I feel like I've been browsing social media on the break, and Midnight said, you know what, that's not gonna be a good second pick. But will he be proven wrong though? As we head into this fight in the mid lane, Carl TC already cleaning up the backline with the double. Will he get more? He slows down Iyaku, pops that immortality, and waiting for the next wave of minions. Top and bottom are already pushing, and Jay cannot handle the pressure here for the bottom side. That is a last-ditch Tyrant's Rage, but not gonna be to any avail.
Kartzy going in. Dilar will be the next target. He will go down. And look at this. Kartzy going to the middle. And he tries to take down the turret. But Kartzy has something in mind. He just takes down the minions onto the bottom side. He goes straight for Oh My Venus. Oh My Venus is down. And this might be it. The confidence of Bren Esports is oozing. In reality, goodness gracious, Iyaku, he goes down. Wise, he goes down as well. Lusty and the others, Flapsy, they are just marching on, taking down everyone on their path, and they really want to get this win. Jay is the last line of defense. Onic PH, they lose the first series of MPL against Bren Esports, and Bren Esports, it's now a 2-2 in the regular season.
Finally, they are going to be reclaiming the first slot on top, obviously, for Bren Esports. It's a 2-1 victory, but it just goes to show, man, that is, it's not always going to be a bad hero. Khalid's not always going to be a bad hero for your lineup, as long as you can make it work. So, man, I really think that they put the nail on the coffin on this one, and definitely stomped out for the big part of that game. They stomped out, and yeah.
I do agree. And Rockhart, now that you've mentioned that he's not always a good hero, he's not always a bad hero, Khalid, but that also means that he's not gonna be always, he's not always gonna be a good hero as well.
Yeah, that's
there. There can be situations. There's gonna be situations that Khalid is gonna work, but right now they did make it work. And congrats to Bren Esports. They gave justice. They gave the 2-2 for themselves, and at the same time, they gave Khalid his first win in the MPL. So it's a 33.33% win rate for the Khalid right now. But before that, I think we should just throw it to Wolf, because I know he has a lot to say about this game, and this is a very good series, Rockhart. We will be throwing it to a short break, but after that, Wolf is gonna run you through what happened this series. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will be back after a short break.
With the new Smart Giga Games 99, 1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Bren lang malakas, yan ang resulta at least ng ating battle of generations between Bren Esports and Onic PH. Needless to say, for me, in my perspective, might be a repeat of game number 1 in many aspects. And that's what we are going to be talking about in the analysis of game 3 between Bren Esports and Onic PH. Now, bakit ko nasabi? Why was I able to say that this is a repeat of game number 1? Well, technically speaking, this is a Roger versus Lancelot matchup wherein we did say that when these early to mid game type of heroes play the tug of war in the early game, whoever wins that tug of war will eventually win that match. And it's evidently the side of Bren Esports with this Cartesi Lancelot. Pero hindi ganun kadali yung kanilang way para ma-execute itong early game control. And I kind of want to explain in a very technical level kung paano nila ginawa to. Maybe later when we see the highlights. But what I want you to understand is actually the game winner for this, for me personally, is the pick of Louis and how few utilize this, plus the fact of how Bren rallied around this support Louis. Basically speaking, guys, binigyan nila ng chance etong si Few na makakuha agad ng Durance, which is again, just like in game number 1, was monumental, was important to get the win in the grand scheme of things. It's great versus Esmeralda versus your export at a certain point, even your Roger. And at that moment, during nung time na nakakuha na nga ng Durance, etong si Few, eventually they were able to win it. Now, Bren Esports versus Onic PH, obviously the early game, the actual early game, this one is so crucial. Itong 4 minutes 20 na dive ng Onic PH, ang ganda na sana, but look at that response from Bren Esports. They were able to get it back and they gave it a kill to Cartesi. Now, we jump on to already the 11-minute mark sa ating highlights because there's not much a noteworthy highlight talaga that we can see. What ang big highlights na nangyari dito sa game na to eh. It's just that Bren Esports are winning all of the skirmishes after that 4-minute play that they did to counter Onic PH. And unfortunately, for a Roger-based lineup, na sobrang importante ang pag-snowball. Yung isang pagkadapa nila dun sa bottom lane kung saan nag-try sila ng power push at ng kill, isa lang yun sa mga konti nilang chances to actually take over the game. And since hindi nila yung nagawa, they failed horribly. During that time, by the way, I also want to say, before we discuss about Cartesi's Lancelot, the smart MVP of the game with the 10-0-4 KD stat, I want to say that during that time, no 4 minutes 30, dun dinev nila sa bottom lane, they also made an amazing play a few seconds afterwards. Okay, so bear with me on this, guys. Merong mga sets, di ba? Merong mga sets ng buffs. The first set is dun sa unang-unang start ng game, start ng laning stage. Then after 2 minutes, mag-respawn itong mga buffs. That's the second round of buffs that we know. In the second round of buffs, kung saan level 4 na si support na Louis Few, what Bren Esports did was to use the teleportation of Louis to teleport to the backlines and get into that orange buff. At dahil hindi handa yung Onic PH to secure their own orange buff, nawalan for a good 2 minutes ng isang round ng buffs para sa Roger. And during this time period, dito na nag-build ng economy ang Bren Esports to eventually win the early game. I think that play was so crucial kasi biglang kinapos ng damage output at ng presence sa map si Roger on the side of Onic PH just by one play made by Bren Esports. And then they follow with it up with that gank in the bottom lane at nakapag-respond nga ang Bren Esports with that Very nice snag. And eventually, Lancelot, given that kill, at ang laki na rin ng disparity ng ating cores between Lancelot and Roger, kitang-kita mo na talaga kung sino yung nanalo sa tug of war that we're talking about in the early stages of the game. And like we said, whoever wins the early game in this kinds of draft between teams almost always wins the match. Ang ganda ng adjustment dito ng Bren Esports, they actually allowed the Lancelot to be successful while also activating their support Louis. And you can see the great effects of this. That's how Bren Esports won Game 3 and eventually win this Best of 3 series. Nevertheless, mga kaibigan, marami pa rin tayong mga gustong pag-usapan. Just like to mention once again, you can connect with us with the hashtag MPL is back. Hashtag search na lang dyan. And of course, dun sa link na pinost natin dito sa live stream, nakapost lang din yan for you to be able to drop your comments also talk about the topic of the day. And sa usapang MPL, actually, ang ating topic is about sino ba kasama nyo? At kailan ba kayo nanonood ng MPL? Mula kay JV Martin, nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 3. Ngayong nanonood ako kasama ko aking mga tropa at ka-squad sa mobile phone or sa FB page na Mobile Legends upang makakalap ng informasyon. Okay, so to get information din, may mga ganyan din talaga sa nauusong meta para ma-apply namin sa aming mga laro. At syempre, para masuportahan rin yung nananalis ng team na mag-champion. Wow. Okay, that's perfect. JV Martin, hope you are enjoying watching MPL Season 6. Second comment natin, Aaron Kyle Solito. Nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 3. Hanggang ngayon ay nanonood pa rin ako kasama ang aking pamilya at tropa. That's nice to bring your family and your friends, of course, watching the game that we love. And Larsen Leonardo Hizon, nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 3. Nanonood ako kasama ng kapatid ko na ML player. Naka-enjoy manood lalo na laging dikit ang laban. More seasons to come and sana manalo. Larsen Hizon, of course. Those are the comments that we are seeing para sa usapang MPL. Again, if you still wanna join, if you want to join the future sa ating usapan sa MPL, just look for the links that will be posted in the future. At syempre, hanapin niyo yung hashtag MPL. Anyway, I think that we will be giving away, we will be having our mythical draw right now kasi syempre nga, we are giving away so much. Hindi lang action ang ating mapakita. At ngayon, why don't we pick our mythical draw winner? Right now, roulette, of course. Makikita natin, ayan. Get a chance to win epic prizes, of course. The mythical raffle draw. Yeah, we're just waiting. And we're gonna be looking at the winners in 3, 2, 1. Yun. Okay, so these are winners that you can see those tags. If you know, yung kung kayo na yan, I'm sure you know already. And you can feel it. Congratulations, you have won the mythical raffle draw. And you can see, of course, epic prizes to be had. That is our mythical raffle draw for this for today, for this series, of course. Has been a great one. Napakagandang start with the MPL Season 6. We open it up with a battle of the generations. At hindi lang aksyon ating binibigay, meron din tayong pinapamigay ng mga codes. That's what you really wanted. And I just want to say that if you want to see more of these giveaway, of these codes, and be given that, nako, magstay lang kayo with us dito sa MPL Season 6. Also, dahil madaming sumali sa ating contest. In fact, there are 20,000 entries for our contest. Binibigyan tayo ng extra or ng bonus na giveaway code. Of course, coming out from Moonton. It's your second code, at least for this game. Plenty of giveaways, plenty of codes, and of course, plenty of action. Dito lang, syempre, sa MPL Season 6. And of course, we would like to thank our sponsors that made MPL Season 6 possible. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart, for stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# now and choose Giga Games 99. Of course, MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Realme, celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and hashtag Dare to be Realme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/Realme Philippines to know more. Of course, MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Gillette. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Match 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. Hashtag Shave the Day with Gillette. Our partner, of course, MPL is also brought to us by our partner in esports, Paymaya. Get up to 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via Paymaya, the better way to pay. Promo runs until August 3. MPL is also brought to us by our partner in esports, TikTok. So just search MLBB on TikTok and win premium skins. Very easy. It's just search MLBB sa TikTok para manalo kayo ng premium skins. Also, this is brought to us by our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, and organized by Moonton. Why don't we close this series by watching the top 5 plays of the series before we head into the break. My name is Wolf once again, and kita-kits tayo sa susunod na series ng MPL Season 6.
Game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
Your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Smartphone, dare to leap.
be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave, so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.
Hi guys, I'm Shinbu.
At ako naman si Manjin.
At kami ang Manjin-Bu Tandem.
And this is the MPL
Meta Dive. Kung saan pag-uusapan namin ang mga napaka-importanting bagay at detalye sa paglalaro ng MLBB.
And for episode 1, papakilala namin sa inyo ang Sanctuary Lord.
Ayun na mga kaibigan, the Sanctuary Lord, one of the biggest objectives sa paglalaro ng MLBB. This guy here actually works much like a minion din naman tulad ng Lancer, Infantry at Cannon. But you have to fight him first, no? Before he will join the fight for you. Ayun ang pinakamalaking bahagi ng Lord para sa inyong team, no? This Lord, upon taking him, upon fighting him, will be joining you in pushing a lane. Makikita niyo dito sa ating screen, ladies and gentlemen, that the Lord here has joined the red side team in taking the push against the inhibitor turret of the blue team.
Kaya nakikita na nga natin na ang red side ay ginagamit na ang Lord sa kanilang pag-push. Ang tanong, paano nga ba nila nakuha yan? Saan at tuwing kailan mo makukuha ang Lord? Napakadali lang naman ang sagot. Ang Lord po ay lumalabas either sa taas na part ng jungle or sa babang part ng jungle. Every 9 minutes within the game, magsuspawn ang level 1 na Lord. Ngayon, ang tanong, kukunin mo ba mag-isa o kukunin yung 5? Depende sa kalakasan ng team nyo yan. Kailangan nyo lang mag-ingat kasi ang Lord ay merong mga skills. Yung una dyan ay yung casual spin at yung pangalawa naman ay yung tidal burst. Again, pag napatay nyo yung Lord, nag 9 minutes na, every 4 minutes ng laro, nag-e-enhance yan. Ang tanong, paano pag hindi nyo napatay ng 9 minutes? Kapag nag-12 minutes, bigla siya magre-respawn mag-isa. Magpapalakas siya, kumbaga. So, kada Lord na kada kuha nyo ay lumalakas.
Kaya naman hindi lang basta pagkuha ng Lord ang kailangan mong konsiderahin. There is of course the damage, the execution spell, and also the positioning. All of which that results to you in taking the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, after the Lord has been slain, you can have the Lord fight for you na nga. Wherein you can encash and of course lead your team to victory.
Bibigyan kita ng example, Kuya Shin, ng isang napakagandang play na ginawa dito ng Sunsparks laban sa Onic sa Grand Finals ng MPL Season 5. Kakabuhay lang ni Grid dito at kinukuha na ni Nakiel BJ ng mga kampi niya yung Lord tapos gusto nang i-contest ng Onic. Pansinin natin na nandito si kaibigang Wise sa base at alam nila na lugi ang Onic dito. Pero titignan natin dito dahil polado na si Kiel BJ, si Grid, sinubukan niyang kunin si Dilar actually. Pero kung titignan mo si Grid guys, ayan, kung nakikita niya kulay pula, nag-decide siya na wag na lang natin kunin yung Lord. Psychoin na lang natin yung kalaban and let's play mind games with the Lord. Dahil kung mapapansin nyo, mag-zoom in yung camera dito sa base and kinuha na ni Grid yung opportunity dahil alam niyang naglo-Lord yung mga kalaban niya. Sabi niya, why not? Tapusin ko na lang since nasa Lord sila. So, with that in mind, one thing to take note sa nangyaring play na yon ay ang Lord po ay hindi lang basta-basta pwede mong makunin, pwede mo rin siyang gawing bait or pwede ka mag-strategize ng kahit anuman sa pagkuha ng Lord. Ganon yun kaimportante. Hindi yun mangyayari, hindi mangyayari ang victory ng Sunsparks kung wala yung Lord attempt na kinuha nila.
So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The very basics of information pagdating sa Sanctuary Lord and of course sa mga advanced tactics that revolves around the Lord of Fight. I am Shibu with the one for an eye.
At ako naman si Manjin. At kami ang Manjin-Bu Tandem. I hope na magamit nyo yung mga strategies na yan sa mga future rank games nyo or sa mga normal games nyo lang. Once again, This is the MPL
Meta Dive.
What is up, everyone? We are back for more MPL action here at the MPL-PH Season 6, day number 1. This is the regular season, and rock hard, what a series we had for the first day of our MPL. But before all of that, I am Butters, he is Rockhart, and we would like to thank our sponsors, our official telco partners. Smart, forge stronger bonds with your team. As you conquer the battlefield with smart Giga Games, enjoy 1 gigabyte of Giga Games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Dial *123# and choose Giga Games 99. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating their first Realme Fan Fest and #DareToBeRealme campaign. Visit their official page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. Partner in Esports, official sponsor Gillette, rather. I'm sorry about that. Get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold doors nationwide. #Shave the day with Gillette. Still the best hashtag.
Still the best hashtag.
And our partner in Esports, PayMaya. Get 7% balik bayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya. The better way to pay. Promo runs until August 31. We also have our partner in Esports, TikTok. Search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Search for MLBB to win premium skins. So there you have a lot of partners, and of course we cannot forget about our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G, here like a pro. And most importantly, this is powered and organized by Moonton. So thank you guys for making this possible. And MPL, as we head on to like the later parts of the season, we are getting more and more intense in the partnerships and the sponsors, and this is what makes the league bigger and better as it should be.
You remember back then when we only had I think we had 2 sponsors, main sponsors for the first season. And now growing into this season, the list is just going on and on, which means a lot more entities are knowing that esports is definitely the way to go, especially in these times where, you know what, you gotta really keep your distance with everyone else. You gotta play online, and that is exactly what we're doing. And well, again, that was a very big handful and mouthful, and absolutely all worth it. We thank all of them for their support. in the esports scene. Speaking of scene, though, we got two teams who really want to make a scene here. We got Blu Fire and NXP Solid coming into this season for week 1 and day 1. So what can you say about Blu Fire, man? They have been this team has had a pretty big change to it, not just in the name, but also on the players as well.
Blu Fire and
Unleash the heat! Halos po lahat ng kaklase ko po na naglalaro na po ng Mobile Legends. Nakisali na din po ako, tapos pinagtatalo ko po sila.
Umulas kami sa dati naming sponsor para umanap ng mas better opportunities.
At first, nagkaroon kami ng sobrang daming struggle kasi ang daming offer. Sa lahat ng napili namin, ito yung pinaka-okay na opportunity.
After last season ng MPL, lagi ko sila nakakalaro ng rank game. O sakto yung role na tank support is kulang.
Nakakalaro ko po sila sa rank game, tapos ang lakas ko daw. Kaya kinuha nila ako.
Panindigan mo yan, ha?
Nung una, wala talaga akong team nung pagtapos ng MPL Season 5. Kinuha naman nila ako kaya naging kompleto yung roster.
Ngayon, pabigat na rin ako sa team ko.
Best story, man. Best story. We played in ranked game, they got me.
Yes.
Best origin story.
That is true, and I was the one who actually interviewed these guys. But for the roster, we do have Secret, Chu, Unseen, Kripzu, Fuzaken, and Limbs. And Rockheart, you know these players. You know what they're capable of doing. And what are your expectations for this team?
Well, Chu has been one of the most, I would say, explosive marksman players I've seen last season. There's no doubt about the individual prowess of these guys. And Kripzu and Fuzaken, both are very familiar names to almost all of our viewers. These guys have been in the MPL for quite a while now. And I would say that I'm looking forward to whether or not they're going to have a better time this season compared to last. Because I feel like Kripzu and the addition of Fuzaken here. By the way, Fuzaken, I think this is he always changes teams every season, right? I feel like he's been the guy who's always been taking all of the experience from the previous teams and then applying them to the newest teams that he has. And for Onic, it almost was a slam dunk last season, right? I wonder if that's gonna be the case here.
But for the side of NXP Solid, we have the roster and probably one of the most sought after teams. For the viewers, the fan favorites, we have Chester, MBH2O, Renegade, Yawi, and Gymnast.
Yep. And the reason their KDA is obviously NA is because they didn't play last season.
Yes.
And this is gonna be their chance to really step that up.
Yes. And looking at their hair, it just goes at one side, then it's irregular. Like the sides, it just waves. Looking at their hair. But right now, Rockheart, I know this team is close to you.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
Really close.
These guys love me. Seriously.
Yeah. Their fans love you as well. So, what can you say about NXP Solid? What are the things that they had to go through to make it into the MPL, and what are your expectations for this team?
Yeah, so first, NXP Solid obviously has been one of the biggest crowd favorites, even through the qualifiers. And the biggest thing I would say about these guys is they completely exceeded my expectations. These guys overthrew so many teams in the qualifiers, one of the biggest qualifiers we've had so far in the history of the MPL. And they have also shown up strong on the last series, right? On the last series of the qualifiers with some really, really strong picks. Like Assassin Day would be so sad if he saw that properly, right? And we just have so much expectations for these teams, and the rest of the world also has this very, very big expectations for these teams. And we've seen that if they're angry, they can make a lot of really big things happen. That's what I'm waiting for here for these guys.
And yeah, I think there are a lot of expectations, and for MPL, there are a lot of meta expectations as well in terms of the picking. Like PH as an MPL country has been, There were some things that were questioned, but right now, I think for the first series, like we've proven ourselves to be quite a bit of a, we can actually showcase or we can actually be strong in these kinds of tournaments. Now, I don't know, man. Like, seriously speaking, NXP Solid, this is the first time for these, players to actually make it into the MPL. Now, one of the things that I'm expecting from them is to, the hunger is there. They want to prove themselves because for the longest time they've been talking a lot, and they're really infamous for being noisy. And right now, all that noise, all that noise, they can put it in a way that, hey, we made noise, but right now we will beat you guys and you will acknowledge us. That's one of the things that for the longest time, Rockhart, people have been saying that they're all noise. But right now, they're on the proving grounds and they can prove themselves in this series, the first series of the MPL ever.
Yeah, basically, it's gonna be time for them to put their money where their mouth is, right?
Yes.
And they made a pretty big statement in social media where they're gonna beat every team in the MPL. And it starts here. It starts with Blu Fire, right? It's gonna start with whether or not Blu Fire is gonna be able to stop these very young, very aggressive players, or will they be able to utilize some of that MPL veteran status that they have in order
I
to
don't know, man. I don't know, man, but things are getting crazy. My light actually just went down.
Yeah, that's how crazy things are.
That's how crazy things are. But the thing is, Rockhart, I kinda like the chances of NXP Solid in this one.
Yep. For sure.
Because the hunger is there. The hunger is there. The momentum is there as well. So, you know what? Coming in from that big victory where they actually dominated the qualifiers of the MPL-PH Group B, they should be pretty confident into getting here, and they had a lot of time to just practice. Because this team, every tournament that they can join, they will join it.
Yeah, you've seen that, right? In so many different in so many different tournaments. I mean, not even just their team, but a lot of teams from their organization. Like in the qualifiers itself, I feel like they had so many teams join, and this is the one that stuck. And a lot of people would say they're also young. How will they fare? How will they stand up against teams like that have been in the MPL for a long time? But what you're forgetting is this team is being coached by one of the most OG players as well in the MPL league, which is YOLO. So a big shout out to this guy, and that guy has basically knowledge of almost everything that happened in the MPL so far. So I have no doubt that will be able to be utilized in this game.
Ever since the first MPL, YOLO was part of it. He was part of the legendary three-way between OBS Gaming, DDPG, and we also have Aether Main. And you know what? The thing is, we had YOLO on the other side. He was on OBS Gaming for quite some time. But right now, for MPL Season 6, he actually went to the Aether side. And I know for a fact that Doggy is really happy that he got YOLO as a coach.
For sure. Like, all of that knowledge is just being spent researching for sure for the past how many seasons of the MPL. And now, he will be able to really give us a showing here with the rest of this very young team here for NXP Solid. Let's have a look at their draft and see whether or not that's going to be panning out. Again, MB, Yaoi, Renegade, Chester, and H2O. I mean, I feel like every player of NXP has had so strong mechanics.
Yeah.
Right? That compared to what they've actually been showing off, they on their streams they're like really very very chill.
Yeah.
But when we saw them on the battlefield, it was a completely different story.
Mm-hmm. That is true. Well, Blu Fire right now, we did talk about NXP Solid for quite some time there, but Blu Fire, these are some of the best players from some of the defunct teams that we actually, saw. Like for Fuzaken, he was, he was team surfing for quite some time, and he was team surfing in MPL qualified teams. So Fuzaken you can't really say that Fuzaken is just team surfing on unknown teams because he is in the MPL for quite some time now. So
Yeah.
Secret, Unseen, Kripsu, Lims, Shu, they are gonna make a point here. They are trying to get a win over Next Play Solid. So we are telling the stories here, guys. Will Next Play Solid, back up all the noise that they made when they were an amateur team? Right now, the MPL is opening the. Let's just put it this way: the MPL opened the doors for them, and now they just really need to take everyone down.
Yeah, that's basically it. Like, this is the portal has been opened. Now you just got to go in and dominate. I mean, I feel like that's such a short way of saying it, but yeah, that's super accurate. I mean, if you have a team that's super hungry, like you said, and if you have all the support from a big organization like Ader, that should be it. That sounds like a perfect recipe. But it's gonna be up to the teams like Blu Fire to maybe put a stop to that. Like, how will they do that though? Those are the big questions. They have not proven anything big yet. I feel like Blu Fire has been the team that has been they're just there. Most of the time they're just there, but they're not picking up the spotlight that much. So this is gonna be their chance as well to prove that they have what it takes to stay in the MPL, and they're not just there to exist.
Yeah, that is true. Right now, Blu Fire just going for their 1-2-3 combination here. They go for the Yuzhong, Cho, and the Atlas. Next Play Solid. They go for the Luyi. This is probably Yawi's hero onto the side of Next Play Solid. That Kufra is gonna go to him, and I see H2O playing a lot of Yi Sun Shin.
I'm super surprised that they're letting this Kufra go, because Yawi played Kufra almost entirely in the qualifiers, and it works so well. So I'm a little surprised by not banning out the Kufra, like what we were talking about earlier. Like, we feel like all the tanks are gonna get banned out. It didn't happen here. Both Atlas and Kufra survived the draft.
Well, for the other team, for the other game rather, for the other series to be exact, let's just say that, there was a bit of a shutdown in terms of tanks. If I can say that. They were trying to shut down each other's tanks because Jay, Venus, Lusty, and Rebo, they were really good players. And if you take out the heroes or take out the tanks, they can't really perform in an optimal pace right now. Because the thing about it is, for game number 1, the course really had a lot of heroes, so there was no use into just banning out the assassins, the marksmen, the fighters. It wasn't really a priority. But for the tanks, it was linear. It's still linear for the tanks.
Right. Until now, I feel like they're picking up Esmeralda as well. Makes it a lot easier for them to maneuver into a big team fight and combo with the Loyi if they want to. So far the direction of NXP Solid is more for the balance. We won't see any of the earlier issues that we've seen where it was just an all an all dive composition, which is still a possibility for Blu Fire here, if you'll notice. 2 picks for these guys are actually pretty good. So are you gonna lock in? Are you gonna go for still the melee comp? Is that still gonna be a thing, or will they go for a more imbalanced one?
I don't know, man. Like, seriously speaking, Next Play Solid here. They probably got one of the best heroes right now for their lineup. I think it's Esmeralda. He can deal with the Yuzhong. He can deal with the Atlas and the others. He can just sap everything from them. Kimi, on the other hand, is kind of, how do I say this? I didn't really expect the Kimi going to the side of Blu Fire. But for the side of Next Play Solid, let's say they made the proper adjustments, and I think, in a way, as long as they can stop the early game of Blu Fire here and not give the push early, I really think that they can just work on it.
Yeah.
Like they can just stop Blue Fire on their tracks. But it is going to be hard because Kimmy is still one of the best dueling heroes into the middle lane for the longest time already.
Yeah, especially before level 4. Like you don't fight with Kimmy right away. Because Kimmy is just so good with clearing and with fighting before you hit level 4. Some heroes you need the ultimate to fight, not Kimmy, right? And the thing is, for Blue Fire, it might be a bit more of an uphill battle for Blue Fire because they have two big carries that need a lot of the resources. You have a Kimmy and Yuzong. So, big question here. I still think that Next Play Solid had the better draft, but we'll have to find out later on. What about you, Butters?
I would have to side with the simpler lineup. I think NXP Solid got the better part of the draft. They have a more standard draft, and sometimes having a more simple draft is better than something that's really complicated, and you really need to cross out a lot of the checklists here for the side of Blue Fire just to get them to win. So I would have to side with Next Play Solid in terms of drafting. But right now, let's head into the Land of Dawn, and this is the start of the game. Blue Fire versus Next Play Solid. This is the first game for both organizations into the MPL.
That's right. So it's going to be a big question mark whether or not Blue Fire is going to be able to stop the dominating power of Next Play Solid, because right now Next Play Solid, they do have a pretty good draft, like both myself and Butter said. Can H2O survive well? Like, I'm looking for ways that H2O is going to get locked in, and I'm having a hard time because Chester is a great support here in this lane. Right now, you cannot touch H2O as long as Chester is there. And Yaoi, he might suffer a little bit in the early game, but in the later parts of the game, when you least expect it, you know something's gonna pop up when there's a Kufra on the enemy team.
And look at this, they're actually just being very, just trying out to test the waters here and not be very aggressive in terms of just getting everything. And Chu and the others, Valir, Atlas, and Kimi has the capability to go for the invade, but they didn't really do it. Like, they were just, being cautious of what Next Play Solid can do as well.
Yeah, for sure. You gotta be super duper cautious here. At the same time, you also just gotta give Chute some time on that Kimi, right? You see, he's just the rest of the team is just trying to buy time here for the Kimi.
But yeah, Blue Fire and the others, they're just trying to control as much as the pacing as much as possible, because they know H2O has his ultimate, and H2O did use it, and he got the information that he wanted. Limbs, on the other hand, will get hit with that arrow, and that arrow really hurt. Ultimate will be thrown out as long as it's off cooldown. So that's the thing. Every time that the ulti of H2O is up, or the skill is up, he will be using it, and he will be getting the information. It's not about the damage.
Yep.
It's all about the information.
Yeah, I think recently for Yisan Shin users, it's almost never about the damage anymore. It's more for the info, especially in high level play, where you have to know where your enemy is at all times, or else really bad stuff can happen. Like right there, like Cripsu is just, the tanks of this game are just suffering such a bad time.
So a lot of things are happening to the map right now, but both of the teams, they're not really trying to, they're not really trying to be aggressive. They're trying to see if the other team is going to make a mistake. Now, Next Play Solid, they do have upper hand into getting these jungle monsters, and it really says in the net worth they got a lead. Let's say it's 800 to 700, but that is a lot. And look at this ultimate coming out from Cripsu, and what an initiation. There is a bit of priority on MB there. He gets knocked up, but H2O still gets the turtle, and that is the question. Will BNK, will Blue Fire commit? They will just go back. Next Play Solid, that was actually a very confusing fight.
It was.
Because,
yeah, people were going down. We're supposed to go down, but they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, then again, Blue Fire, they got the better initiation there. They got MB. They took down MB, so they should be a bit more confident into getting the fight. But they stopped when they got MB.
Yeah, they did. And I think that might have been a big blunder. But they got a kill still. And while we were talking, we already saw a kill there, showing in from Gillette here with the instant replay. I mean, they had a pretty good engagement. It was again being canceled consistently, and that's just what you have to do when you're against a gacha, right? That's just all you need to do right now. Oh my God, Chester got caught there. Kripsu out of nowhere, the one-man fatal links. Surprising. I was even I was surprised he used that. I guess that's just how much priority they're putting down Chester.
There are a lot of things that we really need to take into consideration now, Rockhart. To be honest, I really think that they're not getting the most out of this mage killer Kimi.
That's true. I mean, he's super duper slow and he's not even pushing turrets yet. Maybe they're waiting for that big turtle fight, but I guess the point here of Blue Fire might be, you know what? We don't want to fight. We'll just give Kimi as much gold as possible. So far, double buff. At least they're keeping the Kimi in check, right? Although Blue Fire is kind of suffering on other sides of the map. But they're not losing by a big amount. It's only 700 gold so far. Now, I wonder if the turtle will go over. Apparently, they'll also concede the turtle. Chu charged up the ultimate too long.
Yeah,
that one.
Yawi. Oh my goodness, the plays coming out from here and the connection from MB and Yawi, the Tyrant's Revenge, to the avatar of Guardian. Goodness gracious, that stacking really gave H2O and the others a lot of time to take him down, but Lims here has something in mind. Tries to go for H2O, not really using his ultimate there, but H2O did use the Purify preemptively.
Yeah, I mean, he was waiting for that Way of the Dragon to go in. But yeah, that was a bait. I'm not sure if that was worth it, but it feels like because of that, next play Solid will be able to push on bottom lane with no problems whatsoever. And now it's a bigger lead out of nowhere, almost more than 2,000 gold lead here for next play Solid. It's a big play on. Wait, did they cancel that? I think they canceled that.
They did.
So that could have been a big play, but they were being super safe against Kripzu and Secret. To be honest, I was surprised by that. They could have gone for that if they wanted to.
Oh, and look at this. Another initiation from Yawi. They're not really forcing the fight because they know that the Atlas could turn things around. But Yawi here, being very intelligent with his skill set, he's just going for the pickoffs. And he knows if it's a 4v5, Blue Fire will be at a disadvantage.
Yeah, you want a one-man Fatal Links? I'll give you a one-man Tyrant's Revenge, says Yawi. They were able to pick up the Valir Unseen. Oh my gosh, in a very unfortunate position on the map from that point.
Next play Solid here, making the most out of everything and all the openings that Blue Fire is giving them. Next play Solid, as long as they keep up with this pace, Rockhart, I think they're probably gonna win this game. But right now, Chester almost going down, and Yawi is the target of that energy transformation. Not really gonna matter as Yawi and the others has still full HP. Chester here almost going down, but Loyi here is not even. Oh, look at that! Yawi! The Yawi show! Ladies and gentlemen, not letting me collect my thoughts in any way. MB here going in, just trying to get Secret here, but Secret with a Yuzhong. This is a bad hero for Yuzhong to fight. But he will just get away with a flicker. And that is one battle spell down, Rockhart.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I was talking about earlier. Letting go of the Kufra is a huge mistake because even if it's not doing well, it's gonna be able to make stuff like that happen. The two-man instant wall Tyrant's Rage resulting in a pretty devastating fight for Blue Fire. And now they're able to finally utilize Shu for some reason. And they're able to get one kill.
And Lims here, he is getting a bit of a, welcome to the MPL from another first-timer Team Kripsu getting caught out by that taunt. But that is going to be Limbs, the target here. On to the side of Yaoi, he still has his Shunpo there, so he will get out of harm's way. But, Yaoi here is just doing everything at will.
Yep, basically. I mean, Kripsu, he's being nullified so much by the triple purify setup here for next play Solid. They can't even touch. I mean, Kripsu's he's doing his very best to catch people, but next play Solid is just not giving him any opportunity to make a play.
And there is actually a fight happening right now. They will catch out one person here. Limbs will go down. Secret will probably be the next target. H2O dashing in. MB giving up his life there, but wouldn't even matter as Renegade just goes in. One more hit from the turret will actually do the job, but he gets away just in time.
Yep, gets away in because of that. Next play Solid will be able to push on the mid lane here. And again, this is a Kimi that has been underutilized all game long, right? It's such a passive play Kimi, and because of that, next play Solid can make stuff like this happen, or in Gillette instant replay. They really gave everything they could to try to catch people, but the damage output of next play Solid at this point is just too much to handle, and Chu cannot go near targets that he wants to because they're just so scary right now.
And you know what? H2O and the others, they're just getting everything that they want from the map. Total map control. What can you say about this, Rockhart?
Yep, total map control. They can just get everything without any response, except for maybe top lane. Limbs seeing if he can split up here on the side. Now wants to be able to just run. Just run from Renegade. Renegade's on your tail! Wants to give it a go, but the Loi is also pushing on the mid lane, so what will Blu Fire deal with first? Still a chase for the SB and the Cho. They're still not done. Everyone's on the bottom lane, bottom part of the map here. They're not done in Limbs. He makes it a full course lap. He makes it. That was like a race. Oh my gosh, that was a long one. In the end, because of that, next play Solid, we're able to pick up so much on the map.
Look at that. I mean, the damage output from H2O with just one ultimate, 2 hits of those and it takes down Unseen. That's how Blu Fire is. That's how big the deficit is for Blu Fire in terms of facing next play Solid. Now next play Solid, they're really playing their cards right. They're not really letting Blu Fire, just breathe in any way, because they know that there is still a chance for Blu Fire. If they make mistakes and they become complacent, Blu Fire can actually just come back from this. But next play Solid, they're not giving out that chance.
Yeah,
and they know that. Sorry. And they know, Rockhart, that their first game is very important for them. It sets up their confidence.
Yep, it sets up their statement as well, right? It supports their statement that they're gonna destroy everyone. And if they can destroy Blu Fire in a very spectacular way, that's just step 1 in their domination plan for the MPL Season 6.
MBH2O and the others, they're just throwing away their ultimates, and that's how it goes. Just get the information, and as long as there is information that Blu Fire is out of their base, there's an instant rotation that's gonna come out from next play Solid, and that's the interaction between Lu Yi and H2O. The Yusin Shin, rather. As long as there's someone out of the base, there is a fast rotation that's gonna come out from Chester and the others.
Yep, and I feel like Chester and the gang has already planned out every step of this fight very easily. Almost instantly deletes Unseen there and will be traded off by Secret. That, I feel like that's a big mistake. That's a Yu Zhong going out, and it's all gonna be up to Chu here to provide the damage, where now he's the one being dove in by everyone here for next play Solid. And that might be it. Renegade with Esmeralda destroys that backline, and it will be next play Solid for the cleanup.
100% sure that right now, next play Solid, their fans are going wild, And Blu Fire here can't do a thing. Tripsu is the only one alive, and they're going for the trip to Jerusalem. NXP Solid wins game number 1 in dominating fashion.
Is this going to be Aider main part 2 here? With these teams just going nuts on that victory. But right now, it's a 1-0, man. And they did it in a pretty dominating fashion. How do we break down what happened there? Because I feel like there might have been some parts of that game that we didn't really read out right. I think the one that we got right is that this Kimmy is gonna have a hard time, and it did, right? It really did.
Yeah. The thing about it is, it didn't really make sense to pick the Kimmy at that later part of the draft. Because if you would pick the Kimmy at the 5th slot, then that means you're just making adjustments. You didn't really, rotate the whole draft to the Kimmy. Because that's the thing about Kimmy drafts is you answer whatever it is that the enemy team is gonna throw at you.
Yeah,
Kimmy isn't one of those picks that you just put on the 5th slot and it's gonna work.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Sure. I think that's true because at the same time, if you put the 5th slot marksman in that late and you saw what happened already, the picks that popped up, you have an Esmeralda, you have a Kufra. I feel like you didn't read the draft well, right? You just went with whatever you planned and you didn't adapt to what the other team was doing. That's why they lost that as well.
That is true, but right now we will be throwing it back to Wolf for the analysis, but we will be taking a very short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and we will be back.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day, for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to
To answer and snatch that Atlas. Then they closed it up with an Esmeralda in the second phase. Tapos, nung pinik yung Kimi na last pick mula sa Blu Fire, mapapaisip ka, oh my God, this is a good tempo game para sa Blu Fire. Pero sabi ng next play, we have one hero to counter that all. And that is Gatot Kacha. Very much effective against the Kimi. Tapos, pag tinignan mo yung lineup nila, ang daming synergies coming up from next play. There's just a lot of synergies. And I'm sure that we can see it in full display sa smart highlights of the game dahil kahit anong gawin na next play, Solid, kahit anong trip nila na combo na gawin, magagawa nila. Pwede sila magsimula with Yawi on the Kufra, couple it up with the duality passive coming out from the Luwei as a control. Tapos meron kang Avatar of the Guardian. And kung iisipin yung Yisun Shin, kaya naman napakalakas ng Yisun Shin sa meta ngayon, is because of the vision. Imagine, popping just the ultimate Mountain Shocker, tapos pwede nang pumasok kahit saan dito si MB if he so wishes, as well as Yawi with the Kufra, di ba? And then meron kang Falling Star Moon. Everything goes in together. Look at this lineup from next play Solid. They can start with anything. And this last play, that teleportation, kita-kita ninyo. Well done coming out from next play Solid. That's the nail in the coffin of Blu Fire for sure. I mean, it was a very systematic victory para sa next play Solid. They started this good and they ended it with a bang. Hindi rin sila nag-overextend throughout the game. And this is why I think that this is a textbook display on how you win MPL or a Mobile Legends game, for that matter, para sa next play Solid. So if you're a big fan of next play, I'm so proud of this team because they're showing us how to win fundamentally sa Mobile Legends. Our MVP, smart MVP of the game, it's H2O, the Yisun 709 stat line. And of course, this is a funneled hyper carry na hindi naging successful on his own. This was such a good display of communication between the side of next play. Talagang halata mong matagal silang magkakasama na parang kabisado na nila. They end each other's sentences. That's how I feel like when you're watching next play. At least that's what I felt watching them in game number 1. And it's the complete reverse naman from Blu Fire. Ang daming jitters na nakita natin na may mga out of position na tanks na supports. Merong mga initiations na mapapa-question ka. Is it actually the right decision for Blu Fire to do this? And I think that we can blame it on the fact that they haven't played as much as next play did. At kita nagre-reflect kung disconnected in game number 1. Nevertheless, usapang MPL muna tayo mga kaibigan. And again, you can just search the hashtag MPL's back or go directly to the link posted on today's live stream para makita nyo kung saan kayo pwedeng sumali para sa ating discussion, which is all about the first time you watched the season MPL. Mula kay Brian, nanonood daw siya ng MPL simula pa nung season 1. Kasama na ngayon yung pinsan niya at pati tito sa bahay at enjoy talaga kami sa mga iba't iba pang laban. And kaya more seasons to come and hoping for my team Execration to win a championship. Wow! Or win a chip. Execration, give Billy a trophy na ba? Ang gusto talaga ng tao ngayon. Put it on the comments for sure. John, what is this? Jean or Jean Clifford Bunny? Nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung season 4. Ngayon nanonood ako ng walang kasama kasi mas nag-enjoy ako mag-comment sa performance ng mga kalaban ng mga players pag tapos ko nang makita ang mga laro nila. So, analytic pala si Kuya Jean or John. And that's our second comment. Last comment tayo. Again, if you want to join in on the fun, on the discussion, just look for the comment posted in this live stream. Mula kay Mig Lucas Blasico. Nanonood ako ng MPL mula pa nung season 5. Okay, so we have a kind of young viewer here. At least young sa scene. Kasama ang aking mga kaibigan ng kaklase para maka-learn ng bagong estratehiya at mga rotations. At, well, kung gusto niyo talagang maka-learn ng marami pang mga strategies, why don't you watch MPL Season 6 more? At syempre, i-follow niyo yung mga casters dito sa MPL. I'm sure that marami kayong mga na-learn dito sa kanila. And of course, we have our giveaway codes. And this will be running for the rest of the broadcast for sure. So, kayo panonood, kayo magiging masaya pati na rin sa mga bonus na giveaway codes natin dyan. Just first come, first serve, guys. Paunahan na kayo dyan. Well, di naman isa lang. But yeah, paunahan na kayo. Good luck. You know what? Let's see if there will be connection now para sa Blu Fire because that's the main problem that they faced in game number 1. Heading back to the casters for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. Back to you guys.
Very well said there for Mr. Wolf, right? I think that was a big summary of what happened there. I feel like in that game, NXP did everything that they wanted to. Anytime they want.
They're very comfortable in their own skin. I'll give you that. And next play Solid, they really just prove to us that we can beat a team, an MPL caliber team, and we deserve to be here. And that's what they told us. That's a statement game. You do not win in that way, and there are very few teams who actually won that way with their debut match in the debut game rather in the MPL. Now, if they win this 2-0, that's going to be big, because the last time we saw this, it was Onic. It was Onic who pulled this off.
Yep, Onic, and they were. I think they won almost every game in the regular season, except for that last one in season 4 when they're on their debut season. I wonder if that's gonna be the way here for Onic PH, right? For NXP Solid as well, right? I mean, obviously Onic PH didn't win the whole thing, so maybe they want to do it a little bit different, but they are definitely on the right track.
Okay, but for the side of Blu Fire, let's focus on them right now, because they really need the analysis or what really happened onto their side. Do you think it was a drafting problem? Do you think that the Kimi was good in any way?
You know what? The Kimi was okay. It wasn't bad. It wasn't super good. It was okay. It could have worked. That's why I said on the draft, I mean, this could go either way. But the thing is, it was not utilized in the correct way. Where I was expecting to battle out on level 2, level 3, level 4 when the Yi Sun-shin did not have enough power to fight yet. And they could have probably gotten something from there, and it didn't. So maybe that's a problem. We'll see if they can do it, or if they'll try to do it again. And I want to see if that Kufra is going to get banned out, because big mistake not doing that.
Yeah, and NXP Solid here, Blu Fire. I think that was a wake-up call for them. And they probably are, just going to be careful in giving out those heroes that NXP Solid really likes. Blu Fire, on the other hand, they can still rally back. I'm pretty sure that these guys, they just stumbled in the drafting stages, as you've said. It was really questionable. Like, I like the patterns of drafting, but just picking a Kimi at the 5th slot, more often than not, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, they already, by that time, a lot of teams would already expect you to pull out some really strong. I would not be surprised if they pulled out the Claude there. And if I was NXP, I would not be surprised as well. That's why they already prepared for it with a draft that they had on picks number 1, 2, and 3. So,
I mean, if you think about it, we did see Kimi getting picked in the 5th slot for let's say for some teams. Sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. Just because you really need to rotate the whole draft into the Kimi. You really need to make the Kimi as a. You need to give the Kimi her maximum potential, just to make it in. And how do you do that? You rotate the whole draft onto the Kimi. But let's move on. Go to game number 2. NXP Solid, Yu Zhong. They start out with it, and Yi Sun-shin will get banned for the side of Blu Fire. They will just ban it out. It gave them a lot of problems. It gave NXP Solid a lot of information.
Yeah, but because of the drafting that they did, they also opened up Yaoi to make a round 2 on that hero, and that Kufra is gonna be really, really difficult to deal with if they don't pick it up like early on or something like that. So it's looking really bad here so far for Blu Fire, unless they pick it up themselves. So big questions here.
Yeah, but right now this Blu Fire, and they go straight for the Popol and the Louis. You see those as supports. They're probably I don't know if they're probably thinking about just getting the Louis as a core or a Popol as a core. It could go both ways. It is a possibility, but it's kind of a surprise to me if they would put these two heroes, or any one of these two heroes as a core position, core position hero. So I'm just saying that Blu Fire might have, really just set up their support duo into, and they set it up right now, and they cannot, adjust on the fly later. Next play Solid, they go for the Atlas.
Yeah,
That-
I don't. First
That's
off,
actually surprising.
yeah, I really wanted to go with the what do you call this? The explanation that I have for Blue Fire here for picking double support. It's not gonna work. Obviously, Popolinko was not gonna have a fun time against both Yuzhong and Atlas. Not to mention they already picked up a Ling. I mean, what are they doing here? This is absolute. It's gonna be absolute wash. They missed opportunity to pick up a Ling. They missed getting the Kufra, which is obviously not gonna be taken, but still would have been big. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Kufra, and this Atlas is going. But Atlas is going to do as well. Now it's a Balmont pick. Now, what are you really trying to do here? What are you trying to pull here? Blue Fire.
I mean, they really just want to go for the execute. They just really want to take down the Yuzhong as fast as possible. That could be it. That could be it. Well, the Uranus has been banned out here from the next play Solid squad, so they're probably looking for some lane capability here for on the side of their off laner. But sometimes, okay, I'll give Blue Fire the benefit of the doubt. I want to trust their Balmont pick, and I want to think in a way that they're actually thinking of something awesome right now, or something unconventional that might just work.
Can you think of something?
I mean, the heroes that he should have, countered has been banned out. So right now, I'm just seeing Balmont as someone who can just take down the Yuzhong as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, this is pure damage here for Blue Fire, and I have never seen that work at all for any team. And this is pure damage output without any setup. The only setup they have is will be low Yi with duality. And other than that, it's like everything is just soft engage. You know what I mean? Everything is gonna be like, okay, I have someone, I'm attacking someone. He's a little slow, but he's not stunned. And this is just a single target. That's what Blue Fire is doing. They can stun with the Popol and Koopa as well, right? But it's also very long cooldown. If you go on ultimate mode and then you throw Koopa to the target, it will stun it for a long time. But that's single target there. And now they is this for real? This is a joke, right? This is okay. This is a mispick. So they're gonna go for basically no tank here. And RIP Balmont tank is gonna do really great. Yeah, I said that sarcastically. Good luck here. And overall, more of a balanced draft here for NXP, but Blue Fire, is this serious mode right now?
Okay. Really speechless right now.
Me
I just want to say that NXP Solid, they got the better draft there. And it's just because it's not all over the place. Like, I know that the Balmont pick was kind of the execute hero in a sense is just it doesn't really make sense at that point. They got banned a lot. They banned a lot of those heroes that he can actually counter. But who knows? They are the pro players. They have their own judgment, and let's see what they can do. Let's play Solid and the others. They will just stick with their favorite heroes. And you know what? Even H2O got his favorite hero.
I think everyone got their favorite heroes. I mean, wow, this is supposed to be. Man, I don't know why I'm super speechless by this lineup. I've seen this, but it only happened when I was in Epic. So, man, I wish Blue Fire proves me wrong. I really hope they prove me wrong. But
Uh,
this is a wash for me, man.
I mean, if it works, it works. That's a thing. But I don't think that NXP Solid is one of the teams that would just let this pass. I
They're gonna
mean,
get punished a lot here.
yes, and they're gonna get punished a lot. And let's just be, let's be real. Blue Fire here just put themselves in a bad spot.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that bad spot they can't
Yeah,
climb
it's
out.
not an impossible game for me. It's just that it's gonna be difficult. It's just gonna be so difficult for them to climb out of this one. Now, what we want to see is we want to see Blue Fire maybe pop off with early kills. The only way that they're gonna be able to win win a matchup like this is if they can pop off with early kills, catch someone on the bush with 10 diggy bombs, and I know that's not even possible, I know, but basically that's it. Catch people with the diggy bomb, maybe time reverse someone who is squishy on the side of NXP, but at the same time, can you really do that against a caliber team like NXP? Maybe against a different team, it might have worked. It might work. But I'm really having a lot of doubts here with the Blue Fire setup.
Anyway, let's just go past that. I want to see how it goes. Like, if this is something that Blue Fire has experimented on and they just make it work, then it works. Then if it doesn't work, then it's back to the drawing board for them. Remember, this is how do you say this? This is only day one.
Yeah.
Of the season 6 regular season. Now, to be honest, this is one of the longest seasons that we'll have.
For sure. Because especially for us, it's gonna look like a very long season, right? Because right now it's only day one. We're also already seeing a lot of fun stuff, and every week it's gonna be 3 days of MPL for us.
Okay.
So I hope you guys are also ready for a very long one, because this can go either way, very, very quickly.
And there is another pause. And remember, guys, we are dealing with technology here, so we can't. Sometimes, it can act up, and we can really just try to fix it in some way possible. So, you know what? Let's just wait for it, and remember, it's all about integrity here in the MPL. We want to give the teams a 50-50 chance, an equal chance of going it out at their maximum potential. And that's what we want. So we're trying to fix it as much as possible. So please, guys, bear with us if we're having pauses. And if you guys want Tagalog casting, then there is a Tagalog cast happening at Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yep.
This is Mobile Legends Esports. So if you prefer Tagalog casting, you might want to search that page and head on there. If you prefer English, then you just stay here. And if you're an international viewer, welcome to the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League PH Season 6, Day number 1. And this is we do this streams to showcase the best and the brightest Filipino MLBB players and teams, so that everyone can see. It's the same as Indonesia. They also have their English streams as well.
I think every MPL MPL region has 2 streams at least, right? To accommodate so that we can provide coverage to all languages as well. Because you know what, people think this, and MPL-PH is in the Philippines. You gotta speak in the Philippine language. Nope, not really. What about the other people in everywhere else, right? Philippines is 100,000 people, 100 million people. The whole world is a billion or 6.7 billion at this point, right? So we have to give other countries a chance to also watch what we have. Right?
And it's all about if you guys really want to other countries to see how good we are, then we should really just have these English streams. But we shouldn't really be explaining ourselves. But if you guys really want to go to the Tagalog cast, then it's Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You can find Shinbu and Rob Luna. They're casting there right now. So
Really?
you prefer
They had a
Tagalog,
lot of
go
fun as
there.
well.
Yeah. I mean
We're
showing
all having a lot of fun.
yeah,
Obviously.
it's actually an honor just, presenting our teams in for other countries. So
yeah,
it is what it is. And someone has to, do it. So to be honest, Rockhart and the others, we're just having fun right now because the thing is, for the longest time,
we haven't had
I
the
mean,
opportunity to do so for a
yes,
long time.
let's be honest. 2020 isn't really the best year ever.
Yeah, it's been
It
really
isn't. It isn't.
Yeah.
It's a really
For
tough
sure.
year. But right now, this is a place where we can just have fun and we can just all watch good MLBB, and I think that's all that matters right now. So you guys just have fun there. If you don't have anything to eat, then I feel this stall that we're having, you can just get some food, get some snacks, and yeah, just watch your favorite team. I know a lot of people here who really just root for NXP Solid, and I know for a fact that there are Blu Fire fans as well.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for those because they're a bit hard to find now. So if you're a Blu Fire fan, talk on the chat or something. We want to see you guys. Obviously, because right now NXP is showing a pretty dominating performance based on the last draft and based on this draft as well. Oh my God, we are gonna have such a one-sided matchup. I'm not saying it's just NXP sided. I'm saying if Blu Fire wins, they're gonna win this by so much. But if they lose, they are gonna lose by so much as well because of the draft that they have. Remember, the only guy that can actually take some damage here on the side of Blu Fire is their Balmond, which is not even gonna be their main tank. It's actually a damage fighter tank. I know it has tank in the designation, but it's not really a tank. You know what I mean?
Yeah, really have to look at it this way. Like NXP Solid, they went for something very traditional, simple, and it's easy to run. But onto the side of just the Blu Fire side, it's really something very complicated. We're not saying that it's not gonna work, but the thing is, there are checklists that you really have to see. You really have to cross out everything there before you can win. Right now, what do you have to cross out? You need to get the Balmond running. Because if the Balmond has a good early game, then most probably that Execute will deal with anyone or anything in the game. So, just having that in mind, what does it take to make a Balmond run?
That's right. We have so many things that we can do to make it work. To be honest, if they can pair it with Popoli Koopa and the Loyi properly, yeah, go ahead. Why not, right? That's if they can get the ball running early game. A big difference to what happened in the previous game where they were supposed to do it, but they didn't. And they waited until a time where everyone was super tanky before the Kimi actually went for the fight. That's not how you run that. So hopefully this doesn't become a pattern of Blu Fire doing things, drafting things, but running them incorrectly. And that's what I'm waiting for here as we're waiting for the game to start again.
You know what? I mean, incorrectly, in a way, is kind of a strong word. You know what? I wouldn't say it was incorrectly. I think it was put in a way where they realized they realized the lineup, or they realized what they wanted to do at a later part of the drafting stage. So you can say it's incorrect. It's incorrect, but at the same time, there was a bit of a thought process into it, and they put it there, and they thought like, okay, sure, we can make this work. We with the power of friendship and other stuff, the patterns and everything. Yeah, because if they can make it work, they can make it work. That's the thing. But you know what? In terms of meta, in terms of just being a purist, in terms of looking at the stats, there's a bigger chance that it won't work.
There's a huge chance, man.
Yeah.
I mean, especially with that last pick, that last pick of the Kimi. It's not a very bad pick, right? It's not a super
It's
bad pick. It's an okay pick if they were able to utilize it.
yeah.
I think I mentioned that already.
I mean, the mage killer is good, but what you really need to do when you have the mage killer on your side is, you know what, you need to have a full snowball lineup or a full commit on anything in terms of just getting everything under the map. Now, Blue Fire here, they are just they're just trying to stop H2O, and H2O I think is really confident. This is this debut Ling game, and H2O might drop, but he will get away with that chunk.
Okay, so I'm not sure where that came from, but looks like NXP Solid gonna be able to give away first blood out of nowhere. And giving Blue Fire a pretty good lead here. 700 gold, 600 gold here for the guys in the red side. Now, follow-up here is they are looking to hunt down Renegade, who is all over the map, goes for the time reverse, forcing a flicker as well. What the heck? Where did that come from? And the kick into secret. Good thing he got out of the way pretty quickly, but right now the damage output from Blue Fire is off the charts here.
But look at this, they're actually fighting, but they're lacking the finisher. They're really lacking everything to take down one person at the side of next play Solid. And I think the finisher is always going to be secret on that Balmond, but you know what? He wasn't there.
Yep, he was not there, and I think that might have been a big problem, right? Gillette Instant Replay shows Yaoi was already taken out of nowhere. That could have been a big turning point already for that game, but looks like next play Solid, they'll be able to pick it up where we left off, and now you're back to still having H2O on a free farm. Don't forget, he is also free farming on that link. And Renegade's on the bottom link made quick work of that tower without any problems whatsoever.
And you know what, Yaoi, he is really just being annoying for the side of Blue Fire. Just staying there, H2O gets bit by the dog, but right now, is this the perfect setup for the side of Blue Fire? I mean, the Ling is still there. Okay, he went to the other side of the map. I don't think there's enough time for him to actually just go in and go for the retribution. Chu will be the one who's gonna, secure that turtle buff. But I mean, you know what? It will help him get the early team fight mode on. Just get a bit of a power spike. Just get a bit of damage and protection. You know what? It helps. Anything that they can get right now, it
really
helps.
does. I think at this point, you have to get everything that you can. And so far, Chester has not been utilizing the full force of the Kagura yet, because Blue Fire is not giving them any opportunities, right? They're not grouping up, they're not being aggressive, they're staying in bushes. They're not even showing themselves on the map as much as possible. So I think that might be one of the reasons why everyone from Blue Fire is just staying relatively safe in this game.
But look at that. I actually kind of like, this skin coming.
Oh, yeah.
A very super novelty, skin. H2O, does he get the purple buff? Yes, he does. And right now onto the back lines, there is a Yuzhong MB here just clearing the path for H2O, and this is the punish that's going to happen when you don't take care or you don't try to take account for that Yuzhong. Ling will get out, but Chu here will get kicked by the Cho, and that's the Chu-Cho combination. And quad shadows won't be available as the shadow kill goes down. And what just happened there?
I'm super surprised by the way these things are unraveling. Obviously, they're super slow earlier, but now they're just it's so easy. It's so easy to pinpoint where stuff are going wrong here for Blue Fire. I mean, their finisher, the lack of finisher, and their Yaoi going into free people failed to activate the Fatal Links. So because of that, they're gonna be losing out a little bit on that one. But still, Dex plays solid in a pretty commanding lead at 6 minutes. That's not bad at all. And H2O has not joined the fights yet. That's something you have to think about when you're looking at this lineup.
You know
H2O is not joining fights.
You know what? This actually reminds me of a draft that Bren Esports did on their first game in MPL Season 5. That's going to steal for H2O. And I know he just went for it because he knows he has the stuff, or he has the damage to go for that. The retribution as well is there. Limbs here getting caught out in the middle. He will try to get a kill on MB. MB here being very tanky. He gets the life steal that he needed, and he will get away safely. Renegade with a kick. Wow, this guy is just a monster in the show. Secret here. Will he get away? No, he won't. And Rockhart. Do you think that's a fight that Blu Fire should have taken?
Yeah, they probably had no choice at that point, but you have to think about the path that Renegade was going through in the mid lane. He already knew he was gonna kill Secret, right? He got coming in from the back, then kicked him. No special Jeet Kundo, no flicker, straight up walk in front and then kick. Right? So you had no choice but to fight, but everyone in Blu Fire was just scared to go in at that point.
You know what? Just look at it, and at this perspective, I saw this certain lineup that came out from Bren Esports from their first game in MPL Season 5. It was a club funnel where everyone was literally a support aside from the club.
I think that's exactly what's kind of happening here as well. At least they're trying to, but it's not working out well. Like, if they're trying to funnel hard onto the Hayabusa, that's not gonna happen. Funnel onto what? Popoli and Koopa, that's not gonna happen, right? So I'm still super confused as who will be the main damage dealer here for Blu Fire, because it's definitely not Secret at this point.
And MB here, look at this. The dragon just stalking its prey. Chester here will get caught out. Kagura, will he go down? Yes, he will. And that is one of the things that NXP Solid needs to look out for. Yes, they have the lead. They have a lot of gold in terms of just getting the pickups. Renegade here might be the next casualty. He will get away. Yawi, on the other hand, he just goes for that ultimate. But the time's journey is there. He pays the price. H2O here. Is he gonna get caught out? He still has Tempest of Blades, and he will just get out. Unseen gets the turtle buff.
Unseen. I mean, I know he did a good job in nullifying Yaoi on the Atlas, but maybe the turtle is too big of a prize for the Diggy. So he did a good job, but you know what? You should have given it. Otherwise, they still get the turtle, and I think overall that's a win. Right, that is a complete win for Blu Fire. However, they're not out of the woods by a long shot, like almost 4,000, and that's where NXP Solid is right now.
You know what? I want to look at it in another way, Rockhart. I want to look at it in a way that at least Blu Fire didn't give out the easy turtle.
Right.
There's a thing as well. And look at this time's journey. There is no fatal links that's gonna happen. He goes straight for Unseen. He's been annoying ever since. Kripzu here getting kicked. Renegade and the others. Look at this. Two-man knock-up with a punch. Only fast proc is there. And that is going to be the end of the engagement. But no, BNK still wants to fight. He will disengage. BOD goes to shoot.
No kick needed at all. No way of the dragon. No fancy movements. Again, plain and simple. Only fast proc into the hit. That's how far ahead I think they are right now. Renegade with 1-0-2 here on the show. And now they still want to go for more here on the side of Blu Fire's jungle. Wonder if they can do so. And H2O, he spots Unseen. Another low HP target like Shark in the water. Goes straight for it. Tempest of Blades still going strong with a double kill. And everyone is now trying to see if they can catch him, but nope, no siree. H2O on the top lane, and everyone just wants to push on the mid.
Look at this true H2O interaction to the top lane. Doesn't really last long as Ling doesn't really want anything to do
Oh
with that.
boy.
But Renegade here trying to punch Secret. Out cold. He goes in. What a cheeky play. Oh my god.
Whoa! Easy there, Renegade.
Oh
Jeez.
my goodness. He just gets punched.
That was a straight flicker into a punch. I like the simplicity that he's doing here right now with Cho. It's working out really well now. Everyone going nuts on NXP and beyond that. Yujong absorption will be happening there, and the HP is back. The push in him mid lane will be happening as well. Beautiful plays coming out of here from next place Solid. Man, Gillette just has to get a replay of that for sure. Please, please, please.
Renegade. I mean, he knows the in and outs of the hero.
Yeah, right here. I mean, we thought that it was a pretty safe fight already, but H2O wants to go in for the fight over and over again. Every time Tempest Blades is up, he wants to get that, and he does each and every time. And because of that, again, overall, next place Solid still ahead in this game by about 7,000 gold. That was your Gillette instant replay. Hashtag shave the day.
I really love that hashtag, my man. Kripzu will get caught out by that Shogyumogyo, that Yin Yang overturn.
Yep.
Won't really matter as he is forced to go away. Renegade right now just flexing the certain mastery of the hero. Just knowing the exact amount of damage that it takes to take down that Balmond. I mean, Balmond is a tank. He gets extra HP. He has better HP scaling than the other heroes.
Yeah, he does. He really does. I mean, oh my god, I'm still coming up blank as to how Secret and the rest of Blue Fire is gonna come out on top here, because it's starting to look a little bit more difficult. While time is progressing, right? And H2O is getting farm, MB's getting farm. He's 6-0-4 right now on the Yuzhong. What kind of setup is this gonna do? What kind of setup is gonna win them a game?
I mean, Secret stealing this Lord. Secret going in a bit too early. They just reset it from here, and they're just gonna try and go for Secret. Secret here not really at the best position right now. He uses the flicker, but I don't really think it matters. And with that, they are just gonna, well, H2O is really just gonna try and get the Lord at this point. But they should take account for where the Hayabusa is. Hayabusa is up top, so Renegade is doing a lot of work just dragging, the attention of the other team to his character, to his hero.
Yep. And here we go. Again, I have to really commend Blue Fire for trying this lineup against next place Solid, but I don't know. It's starting to look a lot more impossible as time is progressing. And I'm still not over that Renegade play. He calculated the damage so well. He flickered in, he knew what was gonna happen. Right? I mean, I know you said this, but you gotta commend him again once more. Yeah. And now, that was one of the weirdest ultimates that I've seen so far today.
I mean, at the back of our heads, we just wanted to really give them a fair comment. We just really wanted to give fair comments to both of the teams, but at the back of our heads, we do know that the chance of Blue Fire here just winning the game is really low. But it just shows right now that it was really low, and next place Solid, they're, styling all over them. Time's Journey is their fatal legs, but it wouldn't really matter. Onto the back line, Renegade's trying to go for the base. The base right now is just gonna take a bit of damage. Renegade did his job, and no more turrets onto the side of Blue Fire.
Yep, no more turrets, and I think that might be everything. That might be all, right? I mean, there's not much else to say here, just waiting for the inevitable end here for Blue Fire. But, again, I think there was a little bit of merit to this lineup if they could make it work early game. That's all I'm saying, man. This could have worked, but it didn't, because delayed execution again for me.
But right now, MB and the others, look at that shadow kill is there. They grab hold of Chu. Chu here, will he go down? And that is going to be a pause in the middle of a fight.
Yep. Wait a second. Are they about to fight here? Okay, I see it. I see it on the minimap. All right, so it sucks waiting for the inevitable. This game, obviously, we want to be able to look for ways that Blue Fire is gonna come back here, but sorry guys, I'm just drawing up a blank, and the only thing that I can think of, the only way I can think of for Blue Fire to get back into this is like a really bad case of disconnection. That's all I can think of. Sorry.
Let's just put it like this: if Blue Fire will win this, it would take NXP Solid multiple amounts of error.
Massive amounts. Yeah.
Massive amounts of error if they're gonna win. But the thing is, the NXP Solid, they're dead set on winning this already. They want to really make a statement. I mean, if you're a new team, you win your first series, then that's big. That is one of the things that you would really want in your first week of the MPL.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's going to be one of the things that Doggy vlogs about.
Yep, we're gonna see a lot.
Shout out to Doggy.
We're gonna see a lot of Doggy vlogs about this one for sure. He's gonna want to talk about this, because that starts him on the path of becoming a two-time team owner, right? Of a champion, of a championship team. That's the big conversation.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that is true. But right now they're proving a point, and the point is being proven here. Onto the middle lane, the base is down, and that's going to 2-0. Rockhart, this is a 2-0 for next play Solid. My goodness,
Man.
this team, they're just pulling out all the stops, and it is a very successful debut, if I do say so myself.
There's the understatement of the year. This was a stomp, man. Especially that last one. I only saw 2 good engages coming out from Blue Fire, where they looked super duper dominating. The rest was a little bit lukewarm, and there was a reason why the Diggy was picked. Right? We saw it earlier when Yaoi wanted to go for a 4-man Fatal Links, but was completely denied. There's merit to the picks, but the problem is there's just, even if you execute the lineup correctly, you're facing off against such a monster of a team, right? And they've seen this coming from a mile away.
Because I mean, historically speaking, like not really historically, but speaking about Doggy, this guy really knows how to punish, and I do expect his teams to do the same. But we can talk about this as long as we can, but we do have our resident analyst Wolf to actually show you the ropes. So we will be taking a very short break. I am Butters, he's Rockhart, and see you next time.
Are you game to be great? Now you can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day for Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life? Simple and smart ako.
When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Me smartphone. Dare to leap.
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme, dare to leap.
We let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Go back to the MPL with your resident analyst Wolf, breaking down that series that went between Next Play and Blu Fire. 2-0 mga kaibigan ang nangyari. It was really dominant the Next Play, which is weird because it kind of feels like they're new in the scene, but it feels like matagal na sila sa MPL. Parang ganon yung naramdaman ko after watching the series. At eto yung gusto kong sabihin. To sum it up, this best of 3 series na nangyari ng 2-0, nasa semi na ang Blu Fire. I would say, next NXP. Bakit? Let's break it down. You know what? When it comes to the draft, I honestly felt na tricky yung lineup dito ng Blu Fire, pero sobrang daling sinagot ng Next Play with their draft. Why? They went for the Ling as their second pick, I'd say, or second, third pick nila. Ang ganda na agad na sagot kasi nag-start ang Blu Fire with a Popol and Koopa plus the Louis combo, which kind of tells you, okay, 2 support setup to, yung Popol and Koopa will act as a little bit of a tank. Pero kayang-kaya ating i-burst down with good team fight as well as this Ling that we have. Tapos, second phase, nakakita tayo ng isa ulit malambot na hero, Hayabusa coming out from Blu Fire. Then, the answer mula sa Next Play, okay, let's go Kagura support. Or at least utility or mage support, Kagura. At yun pa lang, nasabi ko na, oh my goodness, Next Play already won the draft. Why? Matutunaw kahit sino humarap. Only the Balmond is the hero that's tanky enough para sa Blu Fire, but the rest is gonna melt. Kaya questionable din sa akin yung last pick na Diggy, although it answers the Yuzhong, the Atlas, whatnot. The fact that the damage is just way too good coming out from Chester. In fact, kung titingnan nyo yung damage output kanina, ni Kagura sobrang taas mga kaibigan. That's just how the hero operates. I want to say, kung nakikita nyo ngayon, di ba may 1-0 ang Blu Fire, it actually started well for the team. In fact, they're leading in terms of gold and EXP because of an off-cam play that they did. Yung unang-una pong buff, after clearing the mid-wave, they went as 5 to invade the Ling purple buff. And honestly, that's the only good thing that happened for Blu Fire for the rest of the game. Tama yung idea na i-conquer yung early game, mag-snowball from there, tanggalan ng blue buff. Dito yung Next Play Solid all the time. That's what they need to do. But unfortunately, isang beses lang nila nagawa yun against Next Play Solid. Brings me to my second point. Ang ganda ng punishment ng Next Play Solid. Kaya ako nasasabing nag-seminar ang Next Play Solid because they taught us how to use timings. I want you to learn this sa mga ngayon lang makakarinig at makakaintindi, timings. Knowing when to fight and when not to fight. Next Play Solid, lalaban sila, gagamitin nila yung Yuzong tsaka Atlas pag nag-journey. The first clash that they won was when they jumped after the Time's Journey. Kaya din naman sobrang effective ni Chester kasi hindi na siya takot sa Time's Journey or anything. And ang ginagawa lang ng Next Play Solid is may magda-dive na isa, like the Ling this time, have the Blu Fire commit, at doon na-commit na, okay, it's go time. Kahit sino na yan, nakita nyo, with this Kagura, they were able to burst down the yours because, again, timings. Alam nila na wala ng skills yung kalaban na maibabato. There's already one of them who baited it out, which was H2O and the Ling. Perfect hero to do that, by the way. Dahil may Tempest of Blades at napakadaling lumayo. And all of a sudden, the Next Play Solid became really strong against Blu Fire on top of the fact that they are already ahead when it comes to the draft. And that's why I felt that ang daming lessons na pinakita sa atin ng Next Play Solid in game number 1 and game number 2. So may timings, may drafting, and may punishment from game number 1. This time it's about knowing when to go in or when to just to back out, which is why they won this series. Our smart MVP of the game is H2O, Daling, 10-1-8 performance. Kahit pa na nakawan siya ng purple buff the very start of the match, the team worked around it at hinayaan nilang lumakas ang Ling, ang hyper carry ng next play. Congratulations for a 2-0 victory for Blu Fire. As funny as it gets, kailangan talaga nilang ayusin yung kanilang connection. And we'll see. Maybe in the next performance of Blu Fire, maybe they can show us something different. Oo, different ulit. Pero mas planado na nga or mas na-prepare nila. And why don't we close this day with some other usapang MPL responses from the community. Again, if you're searching, just search for the hashtag MPL is back and go directly to the link posted on today's live stream para mapag-participate kayo sa mga usapan natin. We also have a chance to win some skins. Okay, Edson Goyalam. Nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 3. Ngayong nanonood ako kasama ang squad mates ko para sabay-sabay naming matutunan at mapanood mga tactics na ma-apply sa paglalaro. Perfect, Edson, dahil ang dami natin na laman na fundamentals from the series at syempre, yung mga malulupit na galawan din from other teams. Jade Credo, sabi niya, nanonood ako ng MPL simula pa nung Season 4. Ngayon, nanonood ako pati yung mga ka-squad ko. Magkaiba man ang teams na sinusuportahan, solid pa rin. May pustahan, may asaran, pero ayos lang. Importante, inaaral namin yung magalaw ng mga pro. Pin-advantage na rin namin sa bawat laro namin. That's true. Professional players, kapag pinanood nyo sila constantly at inaaral nyo kung ba't ganun sila mag-isip, for sure, you will level up your game. Last, from John Michael Rosario, nanonood ako ng MPL since ngayon lang ako nag-ML ngayong Season 6. Manonood ako ng MPL kasama yung mga tropa kong ML player din. Sabi nila enjoy daw manood. Nakakabahat, napaka-exciting lalo na sa pagdikit daw yung laban. More exciting seasons to come. John Michael Rosario, no, you're in it for a treat. MPL Season 6 is gonna be great. I'm telling you, ito yung pinaghandaan talaga. Sobrang solid. You can see even the production and the quality of games is gonna be lit for sure. Now, I think we're gonna close out the night with a lot of giveaway code for you guys. One thing siguro iiwan ko na lang din sa lahat ng mga viewers natin bukod sa giveaway bonus code ay yung fact na madami pa tayong paparod. It's just 2 out of the 65 best of 3 matches that we will get to watch for the regular season of MPL. And the unang dalawa pa lang, sobrang solid na. What more we'll see along the way. So we will be back tomorrow, but before that, we want to thank all the entities that made this MPL Season 6 possible. Our official tournament telco partner, Smart. Forge stronger bonds with your team as you conquer the battlefield with Smart Giga Games. Enjoy 1 gigabyte of games all day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Just dial *123# and choose Giga Games. Our official sponsor, Realme. Realme is celebrating the first Realme Fan Fest, #DareToBeRealme campaign, and visit their official page at fb.com/RealmePhilippines to know more. MPL Season 6 also brought to us by our official sponsor, Gillette. And get up to 50 diamonds with every purchase of Gillette's Mach 3 Razor, Vector 3 Razor, or Blue 3 Simple Force pack in select Pure Gold stores nationwide. #Shave the Day with Gillette. Of course, our partner in esports, PayMaya. And get 7% balikbayad when you purchase your gaming pins via PayMaya, the better way to pay. And the promo runs until August 31. Also, our partner in esports, TikTok. And search MLBB on TikTok to win premium skins. Napaka-simple lang mga kaibigan. I-search nyo lang yung MLBB sa TikTok para manalo ng premium skins. Of course, MPL Season 6 is brought to us by our official gaming headset partner, Logitech G. Here, like a pro, everything is organized by Moonton. On behalf of my co-casters, Shinbu, Rob, as well as Manjin, Butters, and Rockhart, we bid you good night. My name is Wolf, signing off. Good game and good night. Enjoy this by watching the top 5 plays of the series.
can with the new Smart Giga Games 99. Get 1 gig data all day, every day. For Mobile Legends and more. Game to be great with Smart Giga Games 99.
The way you live your life depends on the network you choose. Your movies, music, and games can only be as good as your network speed and strength. Slow means game over. But the Philippines' fastest mobile data network means game changing. Choose the network that gives you what you truly enjoy. How do you know about this Giga Life?
Simple and smart ako. When uncertainty is our reality, we rise above with the things that matter. Gigafy happiness. Gigafy love. Gigafy friendship. Gigafy dreams. Gigafy hope. With smart Giga music, video, games, work, and stories, we let our passions run free in the new world we face together. Smart, live Giga.
Realme smartphone. Dare to leap.
Watch me, feel me,
Realme Watch. Time to be smarter. Realme Dare to leap.
don't pay cash.
Pay Maya.
Para may balik bayad ka.
You've got me on the edge.
Legit, right? Not quite. Just like your disposable razor. It's time you switch your disposable razor for your legit first shave so you can be every bit legit. Gillette Mac 3.
For a closer shave, less irritation, switch
to Gillette Mac 3.